statistics of like post-divorce mental health outcomes, men have worse mental health outcomes than women. Women are typically happier after divorce. And so if you want to argue that marriage disproportionately benefits women, like that's not true.
I'd be pretty unhappy too if I was on child support or alimony and I had a hard time seeing my kids.
And you had to support your children. What a hard life.
Well, you understand that it's not taxed. So the problem is they take over 50% of the man's income because it's not, so they have to pay taxes on the stuff they're giving her and take half of his paycheck.
To support his children that he wants to be involved in their lives.
Right, but it wasn't his choice because women leave the majority of the time.
It is his choice to relinquish his parental rights if he wants.
Well, what I'm saying is many men want to be married and they want to have
wish death upon me, Lord, I don't cry no more.
My point is, if she makes the decision to leave, she should pay for it. If you
have
want to
mercy
leave, that's
on
totally
me,
fine,
Lord, I don't cry no more.
Is it not his child as well?
Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord, I don't cry no more. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord, I don't cry no more. Don't try no more. Many men. Have mercy on me. Gemini. Upload files. Ooh. That looks great. Gemini is pretty cool. Oh, before anything happens, I want to save that one. Ooh. I think I'll just use that one and go with it. Oh my lord, it's perfect. Now I'll just save the image in general, put it across the entire background, and then shrink all my images and I'll have like borders. Really? Mm. Why are those black bars there? Why can't I get rid of it? Resize the output. Resize the output. Oh, yo, that's weird. I am one with the stars. That's freaking weird. Okay. Okay, that's alright. That's different. Okay, Google. On OBS, I have my web camera hooked up, and it shows black bars on the web camera. Is there a way to get rid of those black bars?
You have two main ways. Crop the black bars or stretch/resize the webcam source. 1. Crop. Hold the Alt key and drag the edge/corner of the webcam source inwards in the OBS preview window to trim the black bars. 2. Resize/fit.
I didn't know I could do this.
Transform and try fit to screen or manually adjust the source size to fill the screen without stretching it too much. Black bars usually mean your webcam's aspect ratio doesn't match your OBS canvas/output resolution.
Yeah, I figured it out. Thank you. Well, thanks to you. I figured it out. Yeah, that's better. And then I can bring in the top of hair and the bottom of hair. And then I can hold control. No need to hold control. And make it like that. Okay. Let's see if it'll do this one suggestion. Okay, let's see what OBS thinks of this one. Upload image when should apply alpha in linear space. Is it a PNG though? Okay, Google. I'm trying to use a PNG on OBS Studios, and the PNG is showing the checkered background still.
It means your PNG file actually contains the checkered background, not true transparency. This often happens when you download a thumbnail or screenshot of a transparent image. Try finding the original source of the PNG to ensure it has true transparency, no checkered pattern when opened in an image editor. If the image is meant to be a PNG tuber, you may need to use a chroma key filter in OBS to remove a solid background color from the software displaying the image.
I'm using Google Gemini to remove the background from a photo, and I'm saving it as a PNG, but I don't think it realizes that I want the background to be transparent.
If you are using Gemini's image editing, the transparent background capability is currently limited and often gets converted to a white background when downloading the PNG. Workaround. Tell Gemini to remove the background and make it a solid, bright color, like bright green or blue, then use a separate free online tool, like Link to remove .bg, to quickly key out that solid color and save a truly transparent PNG.
Maybe Canva will work. Oh. That's what I'll use. What are you doing? Did I do it? I did it. Yes, I did. And now I can take this image and blow it back up to get more color. Looks good to me. You could have the background on like a slideshow too, and have like 3 or 4 different images and have them transition every couple of minutes, just to keep the background looking fresh. I think I could also animate it so that it like slowly moves. I don't know. It looks good though. Better not be in low power mode.
How'd you go, boys?
No internet connection. Huh?
I want pockets. I want.
No, just go play.
I want.
Just go play, okay?
Where'd I put the cars? Where'd I put the cars? Where'd I put the cars?
Okay, we drop that and we go to this.
Welcome back to No Man's Sky after 10 years.
We were gone.
No, but the game
I
was.
was never here in the first place.
The game was gone because people stopped playing it because it got boring. And then all of a sudden, they updated it with an actually cool update. So that's why we're here.
They've also been continuously updating this.
Continuously.
Like the past, well, since
I know,
the
I
first
know.
fix-it update.
But none of them were interesting.
Yeah.
Joseph, you're the only one here, so you're the only one that I can show this to. Take a look at this.
Yeah, right. It's gorgeous here.
Joseph,
Literally,
you're the only one here, so this
Also, it's the middle of a heat storm.
Yeah, I'm willing to die for this. Because take a look what's coming in, boys. This is my ship.
I thought the whole point of this was to like do the thing so that we can all get the Corvette.
Oh, we are.
together.
That's what we're doing.
But you already got a Corvette.
Before I knew we were filming it, I did this. I did this the day it came out.
It's kind of small. Yeah, it looks pretty stupid too.
Cameron is on an ice planet doing the tutorial, so I was gonna say we should all fly over there.
Okay, fine.
All right, welcome aboard, gentlemen. I forget what this ship is called Junk. That's all it's called. That's the name of it.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah. She may not look like much, but she'll make the Kessel. What was the thing? So the other cool thing with this too is you don't have to land it. You can, one, you can jump out. Two, you can just teleport to the surface. Or you can just do what you did.
Alright, so where's that other guy? That other guy, Cameron.
Cameron,
Yes?
you lost in the Arctic?
No, I'm in my ship. You're standing around me.
Oh, why are you sitting there? What are you doing?
Fixing ship.
Oh,
I need to find a hermetic seal right now.
I think you have to make that.
Okay. Yeah, you only need one for it. Why are you going to the mountain?
The mountain.
Yeah, you guys are inside of the mountain for me. God, I love
There's
this
a
game.
there's a clearing
This game
here
is
for us.
so laggy. Like, I'm right above Cameron right now.
Yeah, I see you just walking around up there. Yeah.
For me, this is solid ground.
What if you dig down? Can you see us?
Good question. Hold on.
Yeah, you're collecting rocks out of thin air. What the hell? You see me?
Delicious silicate powder. Oh, hey.
Oh, okay, now you're starting to dig actually down into us.
Yeah. I'm coming to get you.
You see me? You see me?
Yeah,
This is so broken.
I can see you. I can see you now.
You've ruined this starting area. It looks awful.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it's broken.
I would say.
What?
You're like, you'll see the footage.
Okay. Joseph, come on. Alright, let's go on our own Rick and Morty adventure.
Oh gosh, we're moving. What does it mean missing? I'm not missing components. What does it want from me? Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hated that.
No, don't land. I don't want to land.
Fuck, what is that? What is that? I just fixed that. There. I'm like, why? Why would you do this?
Oh, why does it let me do that? Oh my god.
I can go big.
Okay, everyone, do you know what? Do you guys know how to get into my ship?
No, I just got into this one.
Fine. Supposed to be there. Okay, my back door has stopped working, and that's not a euphemism.
That sounds like a kind of cancer.
Oh no! All right, everyone.
That
into the
sounds
hangar.
like a
Come
kind of
here. Get in the
cancer.
hangar.
Oh, I just sat down.
How do we do? Okay, come to the back of the hangar where I'm staying. Wait, I'm coming. All right, this way, up here. See this thing? Do this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't see that thing. Actually, I don't see anything.
All three of us are here.
There's nothing here. There's nothing. I am just in a nothing.
There's nothing there, Cam.
No, like I'm straight up just like I beamed in and there's nothing. We are nowhere.
Joseph, can you see the ship?
Yeah, and I
What is happening? Oh my goodness. Cameron,
Sounds to me like he just needs to restart his game, and you guys aren't even clued in.
I'm standing on
stand right where I am.
Restart your computer, restart your game, reload the save.
Yeah, I am on
Okay,
his ship.
Joseph, go back to his ship.
Come
I'm
on,
gonna
guys.
leave.
Okay, I'm going to summon Space Family, and then we will all go in together.
All right.
That is a hair lower than
I
I want
already
it to be.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Is it in the room with us?
Here, I summoned it again.
Like close
You
by?
see it? Yes.
Is it in front of the freighter?
No.
Okay. Is it that red thing? No, that's the observatory. I think I'm doing Cameron's missions now. Do you see it, Joseph?
No, I'm looking. I'm at the back looking. All right.
Cameron, do you see it?
I would know if I saw it, right?
It's a big giant Death Star. Yes.
Yeah.
No,
All I see is the sun.
This update's really good, okay?
Holy. Oh yeah. You've really convinced me so far. For fuck's sake. This is No Man's Sky in a nutshell. Like.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm here.
You're in the anomaly?
There is no anomaly.
Okay, expedition. Yes. I don't have any equipment. Start expedition. Starting the expedition. So there's a red thing on my screen, so that's probably good. It's like a triangle with a red circle, and I think it's loading. Initialize expedition. E is my only answer.
Join friends, ich bin Cam Ham.
Yeah, that's me.
Joining.
As am I.
Joining. Alright, so I guess I've woken up on a new planet.
Where the hell am I?
I am on New Daily.
Yes, I am. Expedition number 19, Corvette. Guys, there's other people here.
That's crazy. We should kill him.
Okay, your former
Yeah.
starship has been damaged beyond repair, and the Sentinel Horde is closing in. The only way forward is to design and assemble your own Corvette-class ship.
Oh, jeez.
What's in your bag?
Oh, I see Corwin!
Well, what the fuck? What the hell happened to my dude?
Hey, Cameron.
Why do I look
No,
like
don't touch my stuff.
Hank?
But I will play Mario.
What the fuck?
Okay. So I guess we're building a ship.
Alright.
Steven, out of there.
Select the link to the star milestones to start your journey.
I was
I'm
thinking
being engaged.
Mario.
Do I have a weapon?
If you go
Yes.
in here, Parker's doing
I
a
found my
tough process.
starship,
You can't go
boys.
in here.
I'm helping you, Cam.
Thanks.
How can there?
Not you.
The house.
Ow.
I gotta make sure Parker's over here.
Well, that was like your starship
Stop
was
walking
crashed
in
and
my
was damaged beyond repair. 6 of them in a circle here. Everyone's ships are in the same spots.
Incredible.
Oh my god, this game.
Oh, so, like, are we supposed to just, like, casually build ships at the same time? Because we are being actively engaged constantly.
Yeah, I'm almost dead. System is damaged beyond repair. Seek alternative route off planet. Alright guys, I got a blueprint. Orbital uplink. This device bypasses the mainstream teleport network, providing a direct link to the local space station.
Why don't we use that instead of build a Corvette?
Oh hey guys!
Hi, where are you? Oh, hey.
Ah,
Oh shit, Sentinels.
they're up here.
I got one. Guys, I'm in the ground. Help.
Oh, yeah, me too. Oh, I'm back. Oh, I'm in space now.
Yeah, there's a ship that's like phasing through the planet that keeps hurting.
What's going on here?
What is happening? I am in space.
So you won?
I don't know.
You did exactly what we were supposed to do?
off pit.
Yeah, you did.
And now, where the fuck is my starship?
There's sentinels that look like dogs now, by the way.
Yeah, they go invisible.
Shit.
Yeah, I saw.
Shoot laser beams.
Yeah. Cam, we've got sentinels behind us.
I believe I need chromatic metal.
What is this happening?
Everything's trying to kill me.
You're not even shooting anything, Cam. You're
I
shooting
am.
around.
There's a dog here. See?
There isn't.
Just blew it up.
Alright, so where are we gonna go? Where are we gonna go get started? We gotta go somewhere, right?
Did you get in your spaceship and read the quest?
No.
Okay, well that's a start. I'm hiding in a hole in the ground until the storm leaves.
What storm?
There's a storm for me, I don't know.
I'm coming back to the planet in my spaceship.
How do you have a spaceship?
I was in space.
But how did you get a spaceship?
I summoned it. I don't know.
What the fuck?
Like your personal spaceship?
No, it's the starting
pillar?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
So I don't even know.
And so everyone's spaceship is damaged beyond repair except for Joseph's, who somehow works.
So I don't understand it either.
I love this game.
Heyo, coming in.
Oh, there's Joseph.
I need to kill sentinels, but there's no sentinels near me.
I'm going this way. I have to get some metal.
But the sky has worms.
This place sucks.
This place does suck. Fuck this noise.
Alright. Need this.
Ow.
Sorry, I need this metal. Ow, the sentinels are back, Joseph.
I see that.
Protect me, Joseph.
I am.
I don't feel protected. Ow.
Oh, there's a mech here. We might want to leave.
Ow. I'm just gonna dig a hole again.
You might want to do that fast, though. Oh, you're T-posing.
Hey? I dug a hole
Oh, yeah.
and I filled it in so that I'm stuck down here.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just die then.
Oh no, come in. Come on in.
I don't
Hi,
see you.
There's Cameron. Cameron's here somehow.
Yes. Correct. It felt. No.
I'm fighting a mech.
Fill it in.
Joseph,
There,
come in
now
here.
They have no idea.
I've almost killed it.
Critical damage. What the fuck?
I killed it.
You have a weird robot head.
Yeah, you have a weird pig head.
Robot head.
Yeah. You look like that one Chris Pratt movie with all their different robots.
They found us.
Oh,
Oh god.
God.
Dig deeper.
And then my friends all died.
How do I do that?
Hit G until it says manipulator in the top right corner.
There you go. We're good.
I think we're safe. But I need more ferrite dust.
All right. I have so much. How do I give it to you?
Oh, Cameron! It's in the hole!
I think that's golden.
Everyone is T-posing from me, so
Cameron and I have turned into dwarves.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. I found
It's on the
bedrock.
bottom, yeah.
all my friends are T-posing, so I don't know what to do.
Alright, all of you chuds, make your way over to me. I will give you chromatic metal.
Who says we need to go above ground?
Good point.
You guys dig your way.
We become mole people.
What is that? What have I found?
Whoa!
What is this?
I don't know. Oh, it's gone.
Hey, you didn't T-pose.
I think it was a plan, because we're coming above ground now.
You get 30 chromatic metal. Cameron, get over here.
Sir.
And you. God damn it, I just sent it to Joseph, I think, didn't I?
Well, I'm about to die, so.
Oh, I've fallen in my hole. Are we winning yet?
Alright, now make the thing, and then we can leave.
What are we making?
The thing in your inventory. It'll be the
Craft the
flashing
orbital
thing, the orbital uplink, okay? Both of you craft orbital uplinks. I will cover you.
Where do I find that?
It's in your inventory!
Okay, I made it. Activate teleport. Alright, see you guys. Good luck.
Cameron, I've got you covered. Do the make the orbital teleporter.
What am I trying to make here? The orbital
Go
thing,
into
right?
go into your inventory, click on
Yep.
a square, and hit
Yep.
the orbital uplink. Just click it.
Yep.
And then
All right.
mouse over it, and then activate teleport. Hold E.
Joseph, do it.
Ah!
All right, I'm going over to Joseph. I will give you more chromatic metal, Joseph.
My frame rate isn't perfect.
No one cares.
Alright, I'll cover you. I have 11 bullets. I have 10 bullets.
You now have 30 chromatic metal. Don't start shooting things. Make the thing. Get out.
How do I make the thing?
Hit tab.
Go into your inventory.
Yeah.
Left click on a square. And then make the orbital thing. The glowing thing. Orbital uplink. And
Yeah.
then mouse over it. And hold E on it.
Hell yeah.
That's so
I did it
annoying.
all by myself.
You teleported?
Yeah.
Now I can teleport. Dang fucking god. Holy shit.
Hey. Wait, where's Joseph?
Behind you? Okay. That's Scorch.
Yeah, I see him. I don't see you. Cameron's still just. Cameron, are you walking around?
No, I am in places.
Okay.
I am on a station now.
Yeah, you're just T-posed in front of the portal for me.
Yeah, Cam, you're on the planet for me still.
God, this game has no flaws whatsoever.
Yeah, flawless.
Alright,
Done.
now we're supposed to land on the derelict freighter, so... Well, how the fuck do we do that?
Alright, I've got my own ship, boys.
Okay, cool. I have my Corvette now,
Same.
and I want to die.
Okay, I think I did it. What do I do now? Finalize. P.
So now, apparently, we have to land on the derelict freighter and...
I did it. I'm in space.
Alright, whatever. I'm taking off.
Finalize. Okay. Compare. Do I want to swap this with my current ship?
Yes.
Yes.
Whoa! You flew past me.
Land on the derelict freighter. That is what I have selected right now.
Okay, good.
Can I fly? Or should I leave?
Yes, exit the space station.
I had the mission up. It's just gone now.
The analysis visor and scanner should help you navigate. The fuck are we supposed to do?
Forming the
This is
ship.
not very
ship
well
is
designed.
invisible.
The fuck are we supposed to do?
Is this thing the derelict freighter? This big green thing?
Why the fuck is my jetpack disabled?
Why the fuck are you disabled?
Jesus.
Got him good.
Fucking question.
Why is my jetpack disabled? Why are you disabled?
Do it, I guess. Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you teleport down to it. Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Wonderful.
It's good.
I'm dead.
You're dead?
Yeah,
What? You picked up oxygen.
I didn't.
You have to
Wasn't
refill
oxygen.
your life
Cam?
support.
Cam?
Yeah.
No,
Cam, what happened?
I don't do anything.
I'm falling through the
I don't see you,
I-
Cameron.
I know. I opened this box of supplies,
Okay.
and now I've been transported to my own instance, I guess.
What?
Holy shit. Perfect
make
game
this
with no flaws
smaller.
whatsoever. Well done, guys.
I don't want to play this no more. I don't want to play no more.
I'm inside of the freighter.
I am.
I'm now on the freighter.
I could wash that sheet in bleach.
What's the point of this?
Hello?
Hello.
Wait, this isn't. Oh, this is where I was.
Airlock doors are sealed. Use the dock and make control terminal.
I want to make a controller
Alright, so
station.
I'm just going locker to locker and stealing all their personal effects at this point.
What are we looking for, by the way?
Good fucking question.
Why am I by myself in the fucking food
I am
court?
also by myself.
Went towards you and there was just a thing of open space. Instances are in this game are apparently crap.
This would be neat if it wasn't so like this.
Oh, I'm talking to the computer.
What's this?
Yes.
That's crew
I'm
manifest.
also talking to the computer.
Teleport terminal.
That's crew manifest.
Deceased. Scan bio.
Ah!
Access crew manifest.
We're all doing our own things.
No, Corwin and I are doing the same thing.
Well, I'm doing the same thing as Corwin.
Oh, we need to get the crew manifest recovered, the captain's log, and the engineering unit salvaged.
This is bullshit.
It is bullshit.
Ow, what the fuck is shooting at me?
I found a hand.
Whose hand?
Just a hand.
I wanna hold your hand.
I found a lot of living slime.
I wanna hold
Yo,
your
I found
hand.
nip buds.
Nice.
I wanna hold your
I think I found the last thing.
hand.
I think I
I
found it.
wanna hold your hand.
Oh, I did. This is the engineering one. Let's go. I did it. You guys still on there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I want to play this anymore. And we've already been recording for like a long time.
Really, yeah, we're at
Yeah,
an
we've
hour
been at
and
this for
20
an hour
minutes.
and 20, and this is just
Day is supposed to.
Which really makes me sad.
Yeah, why'd
because
you take her
honestly, I
off?
had quite a lot of fun
That's
by
Gwen.
myself.
Yeah, same.
No,
I've
that
been
was
having a lot of
Parker.
fun.
That's Gwen.
I have to
Yeah,
sell the
that's
stuff
Gwen,
that I
but
got
that's
from back to
Parker.
the space
Okay.
station, apparently.
But she
Poor
took
Minnie
the
Carter is still
off.
standing here at the
Let's
teleporter.
fix it
And he's
again.
now grown a bug face.
But how?
No.
I'm sorry?
You have your like robot head, but then there's also
Oh, I
a
gotta
bug
fix that
friend
camera.
inside of you as well.
Yeah, we had to fix
I don't
back
care.
then.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
How, Daddy?
I don't want to do this.
That's it for the video.
Yeah, I'm going home now.
We're all tired of this.
It's annoying.
Yeah,
I swear I remembered this game being good.
I promise you,
and
it's
it
fun
still
by
is
yourself.
good. But yeah,
I've been having, like Corbin said, I've been having a really good time
yeah, I was having a great time until fucking
until this.
until we decided to do shit together,
Daddy,
Don't play games
what is
together.
that?
or at the very least, don't play this game
Daddy,
together.
can
yeah.
this go
This
better?
one is just
No.
Rob.
Go put it back.
I'm not even gonna go.
No,
find
that
places
was
to sell
Parker.
it.
I know. It doesn't matter. Just go put it back. We don't have the Spidey car.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's find it.
I don't know where it is. You guys lost it.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. I need to go find dinner.
I hear your people in the background speaking Bengali. You have 5 minutes to tell the truth.
How do you know about all this?
Because we have a certain special set of skills. We're always watching, recording, tracking. We know everything. And we can speak your language too. You can't hide behind Bengali anymore. We're coming after every scammer. We're coming after every call center. And you can let all of them know that.
Dear Ryan,
Oh Lord, look how young you look, dude.
nice gentleman who worked for
4 years ago.
support company.
4 years ago. 15 hours ago.
Real. I fertilize next year as well, won't be mega.
I promise.
I mean, this looks like Returnal. If this isn't in the same universe, that's just strange.
What game is this?
Is all right. Countdown to a countdown. Here we go. Team Eco's new game. Yes, the robot one that Sam I Am helped me remember. Let's go. Okay, so this is Housemarque's game, I believe. Love that freaking team. Saros, I think this is called. It's tough because these games come out in these state of plays and these Nintendo Directs and things, and then you forget what they're called. Like, so many things come out before they come back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my stomach.
It says, I think this is Housemarque. It feels like a Housemarque thing, but I'm
This
wrong.
capsule tower signals.
Gross, he did it on the stream. I know. Okay, thank you, Ratless One. I'll turn down the audio.
Oh, my stomach. Man vlogs entire murder of his girlfriend.
It all started as a normal night out with friends.
We get shots, big streets. It
Sauce.
was incredible. I really loved Ruffion, and it was super fun to play the.
All 3 models of the PS5 will see a similar price hike.
PS5 Pro, meanwhile, will be $750.
Microsoft is
And the PlayStation 2 mod is how much? And what can you play on it?
Just keep going up. $80 games, as if it wasn't bad enough.
What the hell is even that? Everything is going up in price. Game prices, accessories. Even as I was making this video, Microsoft announced another price hike. $800 for an Xbox is insane. Enter PS2, the best-selling console ever. And there's lots of them out there that need some love. And while it may be older, the modding community is still very much alive. But where do you even start? Well, I'm gonna show you how easy it is to mod, load it up with the best games, and even show you what the future of the PS2 looks like. This is your everything guide to get up to speed on what exactly the PS2 modding scene looks like today, and I think you're gonna be really surprised at what's possible here. So, this journey started after I finished making my PS2 Mini Classic, or I made my own little 1440p
I like how it lights up.
PS2 emulation machine. But I did get a lot of comments.
Oh, 1440p emulation.
Real PS2.
Daddy,
So,
help me.
okay, here you go.
He's over
Modding
there.
real PS2.
Over
The best
there.
part is, it's
Over there.
incredibly easy, and all PS2s can be jailbroken no matter how old
Steven,
or
can you stop going through there?
Okay, so first I'm gonna give you some pointers on
Stop
how to
it.
make this experience a lot better.
Ouch.
This is all optional, but if you're digging your
Ouch.
PS2 out of the attic,
Yes,
the
ouch.
world your PS2 knew doesn't really exist anymore. Back then, the idea of 2 screens on a handheld was like, whoa. Now you'll need a little more help to make it work with modders. Now I tried out a
No more going through that hole.
What would be the best, so you don't waste your money on something that you hate. Also, none of these products are
Stop.
sponsored, and no one gave me this stuff for free. I paid for all this with my own money. Man, these videos can get really expensive. So if you appreciate these types of videos, seriously, Patreon is the best way to support. I'm even posting a little extra video showing off how people used to mod the PS2s in the early days of modding with like a gift card. It's really, really neat stuff. So first off, display options. Now most newer TVs don't have composite
can I have
keyboards
it?
anymore, so I went through a bunch of different options to kind of show you the best for each one, from easiest all the way to the best picture quality. First up, for God's sake, stay away from the AV adapters, please. They're not really good, and I've never seen good picture quality come out of these. Now, I understand, most of you are just going to want a simple plug-and-play solution that at least doesn't look like you're playing through a microwave window. So for those people, may I recommend a PS2 to HDMI adapter. Now here's the thing, not all adapters for the PS2 are built the same. While most of them will be able to just play PS2 games just fine, some can output PS1 games. I got this one from Kaiko, and it's able to do both PS2 and PS1 just fine, so no worries there. Also, the latency is like really damn good on this. There's also this one from Electron Shepherd. They're about the same price, but I personally don't like having the cable just being straight from the port. I don't know why. They both look about the same in my opinion. Now, is this going to be the best possible quality you can get out of your PS2? Probably not, but the quality looks pretty good, and it's simple to set up, so for most people, this will be more than enough. Now, moving up in complexity now, I've been really digging component cables. I got this one called HD Retrovision and hooked it up to a pretty nice HDMI scaler, and I could not be happier with the picture quality. But the downside is the crazy amount of cables everywhere for this set. And good cables aren't cheap, so you don't want to cheap out since the cheaper ones usually aren't shielded. Lastly, on the premium side, there are some really cool and cheap HDMI mods like the Electron Analog that can get you the best direct HDMI output from your console. This does require soldering, and you need to be able to form your own hole in your PS2 to accommodate, so it's definitely a lot harder. But on the highest end, we have stuff like the Pixel FX HDMI kit. This is true direct HDMI output and taps into the PS2's GPU to get the cleanest possible image. And I'm scaling everything all the way up to 1440p. But man, even for experienced solders, this stuff is hard. And there's a lot of wires to keep track. And if this isn't enough to detract you already, these things start at 189. That's almost the whole ass other PS2. But this is a high risk, high reward for sure. If you're not comfortable with this, there are plenty of other options here. As you can tell, there are lots of great options for the PS2. Okay, next, controllers. If you still have the original PS2 controllers, hold on to them. They're getting harder to find, and the joysticks and the wires are starting to deteriorate 25%. They still feel really nice, honestly, but for most people, they're going to want a better solution than being stuck with the wire. That's okay. I found a couple options. I found this adapter from Brook that hooks up to your PS2 port, and you can pair like over 125 different controllers, and it works with PS2, PS1,
I get that
and the
one.
PS Classic console.
How?
It also has pressure sensitivity for the buttons if you
I like
look
it.
up the PS3 controllers. I know some
Got
of
it.
and stuff like that. So I just plug it in.
I got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
playing everything with the PS5 controller.
They
This is like
got
$45 though. So I found
That's
this
okay.
one by 8-bit dough for half the price. It
They
does
got
almost the same. Okay, it doesn't support over 100 controllers.
Crash
It only has
BQ?
support for these controllers. And you don't get pressure for it. But honestly, there's a good chance you probably already own one of these controllers anyways, so like, if you want to save some money, I'd probably pick this one. Check the description. And if you want like a dedicated controller just for this, runner-up goes to the Retro Fighters Defender controller. It was designed from the ground up to be a next-gen PS2 controller and has support for the pressure button compatibility. Only thing is, downside is from what I hear is it doesn't feel great, like physically to hold. But if you want like a next-gen controller for your PS2, this is your best bet. So, we got everything set up now on your modern TV, so how do we actually jailbreak this thing? Well, the best starting point for beginners is something called FreeMaboot. It's basically the mod that lets you run all the fun, hacky, moddy, tinkery stuff, and it looks very similar to the original PS2. All fat PS2 models can run FreeMaboot, and like 80% of slim models can too. I'll talk more about that later. Now, FreeMaboot doesn't actually live in your PS2. Some people run it off another device like a mod chip or an internal hard drive, but the most popular way that people get it running is through a memory card. This is where FreeMaboot will live, and the best part is, if you unplug it, your PS2 just goes back to stock. It's really, really nice. So how do you get FreeMaboot? Well, you can burn it onto a disk and transfer it using an existing memory card, using something like 3D. But honestly, these memory cards are so common now that you can kind of just go buy a preloaded one for like 15 bucks, and you're good to go. They all use version 1.966, by the way, don't worry. Now, there's a big range of these different types of cards too, from low-end cheapo no-name cards to cards that come from a specific company, to really high-end ones that have an OLED screen that can hold multiple memory cards in one and have a USB-C port. These are great, but if you just want to get started, a simple $15 card will be just fine. Don't worry. I'll leave the one that I bought in the description. Okay, so when I first got this card, I actually couldn't find any installation guides or anything, so I was really freaking out. I didn't want to mess this up, obviously, since it's the first time I'm doing this. Turns out I was completely overcomplicating this. It's actually not that hard to do this. Let me show you how you actually install it. So, plug it in. Turn it on. Oh, look at that. That's it. That's all you had to do. There's no big process or anything. That's really it. Now, for almost all slim models and fat models, this is all you have to do. However, when you talk to the people who own Slim specifically now, I have some special instructions for you. Ready? Okay. Go get your PS2. Flip it around. Now look for the model. If it starts with 900 whatever, you have some extra steps. Oh man. So the 9000 series model was actually the last revision of the PS2 ever. And these models were running a BIOS that patched most of the easy bugs. Don't worry, it's okay. It's still really easy to mod, but you can't use a standard FreeMaboot card. It won't work with your one. So there's another memory card exploit called Funtuna.
What?
Basically does the same thing. You just access it a different way. You're gonna need a different memory card for this. I'll link it in the description. Some of the higher end fancy memory cards can also swap between memory cards on the fly, so one card can have all the different memories. So these 9000 series consoles have a couple extra steps. Pretty easy though.
I need a spot for all of my controllers.
So all you have to do now is just go into the browser. You're gonna see your memory card there, and then you're gonna see nothing at all. And then you're gonna back out. And there you go. Now you're on the same page as everyone else. And that's it. You're modding. This is such a different experience compared to how complicated PS2 modding in 2000 used to be. A lot of things were a lot more complicated in 2000, like finding a good doctor. Like I remember doctor's appointments used to be just as complicated. You had to search around, dig into phone books, call and make an appointment, see if they take your insurance. But just like modding, now there's a way easier way to find a doctor. Our sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a completely free service that makes it super easy to find doctors near you that fit exactly what you need. You can search by location, specialties, what insurance you have, even see verified patient records that people left with the specialist. And when you find a doctor that you like, ZocDoc helps you book an appointment with them right then and there, usually within 72 hours of booking. It's super easy. No more making phone calls and being hold forever just to see if they might have a booking available for you. And it's not just one type of doctor either. We have over 100,000 providers with a bunch of different specialties, dentists, eye doctors, dermatologists, mental health, and a bunch more people you can see in person. This is so,
how we get there?
or scan the QR code right on the screen to find your next doctor.
Where?
Okay? And thanks to ZocDoc for sponsoring the channel. I'll make this make
How we get that one? But
Okay,
how?
so we got FreeMaboot set up and ready to go. So what can we do with it? So we're gonna want some apps.
How do you get up there?
A lot of the cards you find
Oh, can I see?
will actually come
Yeah,
preloaded
but
with
I
apps, but
jump higher.
here are some of the most common ones that you'll end up seeing. First up is gonna be ULaunch Out. You're gonna be in this app a lot. It's the PS2's most popular.
Yeah, how?
So you can launch apps from here, and copy
They
paste.
want to use the power up. But how?
Here's a quick rundown of what all of these things mean, by the way.
How we
You don't have it.
This
You need an acorn.
MC0 is
You need an
number
acorn.
1,
Yeah.
and MC1 is
But
number
I'm not
2.
ready.
I don't have an acorn, buddy.
That you want to preserve in save files
There's
from,
a
you can open the flash
there's an
drive
anchor up there.
and copy them over. So
But
your
how we get that
cookies
one?
and
But
cream save
how?
is preserved forever.
They
Yeah,
do
this also works vice
it.
versa. Or use other people's save files, download it from the internet or something. You can use a Windows app called PS2 Save Converter.
They.
You know,
It's
convert
not
to save,
acorn
and
up
then
there
load it onto a
like
flash drive.
that.
Then you
But how
can
we
use
get
a
out
file
there?
and over to
But how?
memory card.
They
This
have
one
to
is
use an
USB
anchor.
based, not
We don't have any
It's actually a
anchor.
really nice way to get access to the entire game. What, you didn't think I actually got $1.6 billion playing Underground 2, did you? Use them on an emulator or...
That's the game right there.
It also doubles as an
That was
FTP
the
client,
game.
so you can transfer files over the internet. There's Mechapone, which turns your PS2 into a development console, allowing you to basically make your PS2 region-free. When switching over, it even tells you some neat details about your PS2, like color and model name, and even the day it was born. Some people use this to play burned discs, but the
But
benefit here, in my
how we
opinion, is
get
being
out
able to get
there?
an
But
imported PS2
how?
from Japan or something that has like a really nice color, or kept in really nice condition, and then flashing with Mechapone so you can still play your US PS2 games. I think this is a way bigger deal, considering that you used to have to mod shit your PS2 to be able to do this.
Yeah, now it's software based, which is usually better at the beginning. No, usually better in the end, but not better at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's a really easy process. However, be warned, your PS2 is old. Lasers dying is a very common failure point of the console. I'm not saying that, but it'll definitely accelerate the process. Even still, I want a legal way to back up my
I
copy.
did.
Pac-Man Worlds, damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the big topic that everyone's excited about.
Yeah.
There's a few methods that let you store a bunch of PS2 games and play them right off the PS2, and now it's easier than ever. Seriously.
Oh no 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 no
Surprise!
no.
But the first dashing read. I know, crazy. It was actually
It's 10 o'clock, guys.
back in the day, Sony sold a network adapter that would plug in here, since the fat models didn't ship with an Ethernet port since it wasn't as common back then. This is how people used to play online. But it also had a connector for a hard drive that some games that needed some extra storage would use. But now we can use this port to add our own hard drive for our own games. Simple to do. First, you're going to need a network adapter. The original OEM is the best option since it allows you to play online if you want to do that. But the downside is these things are full. And newer hard drives aren't compatible with this port anymore. But good news, you make adapters that turn the IDE port into SATA, which is what all of the newer drives use. It's also
Oh, I pressed the wrong jump button.
install. You just upload like two
Yep, I had
cables
that.
and you're done. That's it. This would cost me like $12. I'll leave a link to the one that I used in the description. Now there are aftermarket adapters like this. A single one that actually has the network. Oh my god, this didn't come. And they tend to fail like lots. If you can't find any network adapter near you, this works fine. But if you can, definitely go for original Sony. As for drives, nowadays you can use any hard drive you want. Some people pick up these fat 4-terabyte hard drives that just load up their PS2 to every game possibly known to man. But I decided to go with an SSD instead. I picked up this 2-terabyte SATA SSD from SanDisk just because I want my PS2 to run a bit quieter and a bit cooler. Oh right, and I also needed to 3D print an adapter for this thing to fit snug inside the slot.
Got it.
Now keep in mind, you will not see any speed differences with an SSD compared to a regular hard drive. This is just for noise and weight reduction. Remember, it's still a
See, we're already in the future. This guy can basically anybody, not just this guy. Anybody can build whatever they want.
pretty cheap on Amazon.
Like when it comes to electronics and devices and stuff like that.
It takes like
If you have a little bit of know-how and some research skills,
dragging all your games.
you can fucking build whatever you want.
Now we're ready to load up our games.
Okay.
Now let me introduce you to Open PS2 Loader, or OPL for short. You're gonna hear this
Say I
mentioned
did.
a lot in PS2 life. This
And then you can literally like start developing your own devices and then start outsourcing parts and then start forming contracts, and the next thing you know, you could literally just start developing your own product from the ground up,
all nice and pretty on your
just like everybody else on the internet,
OPL also
just like everybody else in the world.
some people stuff here, like custom backgrounds.
Just whether or not you can get a
And it has built-in cheat support too. Wait,
good
hold on,
deal
this is important. I know a lot of people
on the
generally
stuff
don't
you're
use
buying
cheats, but
before you
this
put
is
it together.
really cool because they serve another purpose on modern PS2s. Widescreen HADs. Since some games just didn't have widescreen support back in the day, it can make a really big difference, especially if you're playing on a newer TV. There's actually a pre-built package of cheats that will auto-apply to a game if it has a widescreen cheat. So you just set it and forget it. I think it's really, really cool. A link in the description if you want to grab it. OPL also comes with a tool called GSM, or Graphics Synthesizer Loop. Basically, in addition to these widescreen patches, this will also let you choose your game's output resolution. It's not changing the render resolution,
Parkers.
just scaling it to something more usable. This is great because I was dealing with an issue with my footage. Even though I was playing games
Open
at 60
image,
frames,
no.
it was not recording at 60 frames. Turns out, most capture cards don't like interlaced
I don't want the image, I want the link.
But with GSM, I can basically force 480p scaling
I don't want the game.
and it just resulted in a much
Weird.
cleaner look.
Parker.
Capture stuff at 60 FPS properly.
Yeah.
Definitely experiment
Go.
with it though. Not all games work, and some games get some really weird
Go.
results. But really neat stuff.
Take it and go.
We tend to care about this kind of stuff. Now, big warning here, there are like 40 different variations of this app. Each of them have weird tweaks and fixes, so don't be surprised you see multiple versions out there. They all mostly do the same thing. I'm personally using Grimdoomers OPL, which has support for exFAT drives, meaning that you can use drives bigger than 1 terabyte now, and go to stupid numbers too, so stick a 16 terabyte drive in, it doesn't matter. So that's the best way to really expand your storage on the PS2, but that's only on the fat model. The slim models obviously had the hard drive slot. So, what kind of options are there for the PS2 Slim? Well, I never grew up with a PS2 Slim, so I can't really
discuss it. This complicates it because Bruce and I are and the nursing home won't let him take it. Emma is his sole legal guardian. I know Emma has no choice. First, for the sake of her 2 young children, living with someone with dementia would drain her. Second, Bruce can no longer hold himself at 5 feet 11 inches and over 200 pounds. He's difficult to live with Emma here. So I thought of 2 ideas. The first is for Emma to rent a place next door, but she'd need to hire 24-hour care with an annual salary exceeding $300,000. Although that's trivial compared to Bruce's $150 million estate. If Emma wants to leave more for the children, she's unlikely to pay for it willingly. The second option is to bring Bruce to my house. My kids and I can take turns caring. Family would be more attentive and straight, and Emma wouldn't have to pay. The only downside is that it's Bruce's situation.
But they have to get a bear. They have to get a bear.
I want to see if my YouTube has a link.
They rename of England. It's everywhere. Come back, Yoshi.
Bruce's
Yoshi. Let's get over
I'm not really experienced with the PS2 Slim at all. So I think it'd be better if I just brought in someone who's way more experienced with PS2 modding. Hey everyone, Tito here. I run a channel called Macho Nacho Productions where I cover as many retro video game console mods as I can. Some of which are for this guy right here, the PS2. Now, like Jeff mentioned, the slim model PS2 doesn't have an expansion bay. Sony actually removed them as a cost-cutting measure to make the console more affordable later in its life. But that doesn't mean we don't have options when it comes to loading games. In fact, we have quite a few, ranging from plug-and-play solutions to more advanced methods that require intricate micro-soldering. So, let's start with the easiest
Hey, why are you taking me?
I'm moving you.
Why are you taking
You
me?
can simply store your games on one of these
Tickle?
and launch them through OPL. Now, there is one major drawback. The PS2 only supports
They try high with
1.1, which has a very low data throughput.
Here.
This can cause issues like skipping FFPs, longer
You
load
want
times,
the blanket?
and general compatibility issues with some games. So while it is the easiest and most convenient method, we can definitely do better.
Got
Something like the M4 SIO, also referred to sometimes as the MC2 SIO. This is essentially a special memory card that lets you use a micro SD card to store your games.
Damn, dude.
Note that you can actually load games through the memory card slot. The downside is you'll need to buy one of these special memory cards. But the good news is that it offers better bandwidth than like stuttering video playback. There's also
Right?
a DIY method to achieve the same results as the MX4 SIO by using a
Well,
simple
at least it's on a screen protector.
with a little soldering from the
Not that it really matters, but I'm trying to keep this thing nice for you guys.
make this work. It's a fantastic option if you want to keep the memory
'Cause it's
card
pretty cool.
free and have a more stealthy way of storing your games. Now,
Yoshi,
recently
come
there is this
back.
device called the MemCard Pro 2 from 8-Bit Mods. This is an advanced smart memory card that basically allows you to store an infinite amount of your save files, as well as do things like backing your saves up to the cloud, amongst many other things. Recently, they also added a feature that allows you to store games on its SD card and again load them through OPL. It's honestly one of my favorite options, and it should definitely be on your radar. Now, it can add settings within OPL, but it's a really slick option in memory. And finally, the best option in terms of speed and compatibility is also the most difficult. On certain PS2 Slim models, Sony actually left all the hardware needed to support an IDE hard drive on the motherboard. Modders created kits that tap into this hardware and let you connect an SD card or even an SSD, effectively giving you hard drive-like performance similar to using a hard drive in a PC console. This is by far the hardest method to achieve, requiring advanced soldering skills, and the kit themselves can be a bit pricey. But in terms of speed and compatibility, it's the best option available. It's also worth noting that all these methods work on a fat model PS2 as well, and are not unique to the Slim, with the one exception being the soldering method, since the fat already comes with an expansion bay for IDE hard drive support. So, those are the main ways to load games on a Slim model PS2. Each method has its pros and cons, but no matter your skill level or budget, there's definitely something here for everyone. Now, super duper recently, a new modded dashboard came out called PSVGN, or PlayStation Broadband Navigator. And I was trying to figure out where it falls in place with all the rest of the modding scene, because I was kind of confused what this is. Basically, 23 years ago, Sony released an exclusive operating system for people that owned a network account. That let you access online pages, have access to a bunch of different video game channels, get news about the games you play, download game demos over the internet, rip CDs to your hard drive, import your photos. This was basically the foundation for what they wanted the PS3 to eventually. It was exclusive to Japan, and it never made its way to anywhere else, which sucks because it's really, really cool. The fact that they were doing this in 2002 is crazy. Well, fast forward to today, a bunch of modders got together and translated the entire dashboard into English, restored most of the functionality, and added even more features to it. The bad news is, until recently, you had to be comfortable with Linux and terminal commands to be able to install it. Oh, hell. And it only worked with fat model with the original.
How come Sony doesn't sue as fast as Nintendo does.
Boom, you're done. You're killed. I didn't feel right.
And they're both
showing
Asian
all this
companies.
Stuff and then being like, oh right, you have to use Linux. But this project is actively being developed, and literally as I was making this video, they just released a Windows installer, which makes this whole process a lot.
You do it too warm?
You still need to use some terminal commands, but at least you don't have to use scary Linux to get it working.
Okay.
You're safe here. There is so much to cover with PSVDN that it deserves its own video, honestly. But for beginners, I really do think that Freemaboot is the best starting point. It takes 2 seconds to get set up, gives you great insight into how the scene works, and it helps you get familiar with all the terms that you might see online. There is tons of history here and lots of stuff to play around with, and when you're ready, you can move up to the more advanced stuff with PSVDN. I'm gonna sound like a boomer here, I know, but using the system for the last month has really reminded me how simple and straightforward gaming used to be. Like, it feels like everyone's constantly asking you for $20. What happened? What does every game need to have like a multi-year loop? What does every game need you to constantly log into every single day, or else you're left behind, you have no idea what's going on in the game? Like, the problem is even single-player games do this now. And yet the PS2, I love it. You buy the game, you play it, and that's it. You're off. And that's why seeing modders still working to preserve the system makes me so happy. They're essentially working to restore everything.
It's everything before the PS5s. Xbox X and PS5. Everything before that was fun. And around the same time is when PC games started it, and they basically made it so that microtransactions were the norm.
Which also means it's never been a better time to grab these consoles and learn ways to tinker with them and mod them. I promise, the PS2 is still here, and still worth your time. Okay, I'm getting old here, I'm sorry. A big thank you to Tito for making up this video. If you want more PS2 content, you should definitely check out his channel. He goes way more in depth with a lot of different mods. And I really hope that you learn something, because honestly, the PS2 is my favorite console that I grew up with, and it really does hold a special place in my heart. Anyways, click over here to watch another video, and thank you for watching.
Let's go.
It's my Xbox. This is my personal Xbox. You would have seen this in one of my more recent videos where I went over the homebrew hacking and whatnot on the Xbox, and you might have even seen this in one of my ultra ancient videos where I tried to make it
They are Super Mario on
except
future.
that shit did not work.
Not right now, buddy. You can play later, okay?
So today we're going to be fixing that, but we're not going to be fixing only that. See, this guy is old. I'm pretty sure it's a 1.0 Xbox. Ugh. From back in the Stone Age when they were made in Mexico. And he's in need of some love nowadays. So we're going to be giving this whole thing a once-over. Going to be replacing a whole bunch of stuff, including installing a silent GPU heatsink, putting on some epic new little feet that I printed, installing a fat boy 2 terabyte hard drive. And when I say fat, it's not actually that fat. It's just fat because it holds a lot of games. This one is not really a mod, but I thought this was super cool. So you can plug this into one of the controller ports on the front, and it will let you use like a DualShock 4, DualShock 5, or wait, not DualSense 5, or an Xbox One or Xbox Series S or X controller on this guy. I was going to look into the X360 converter, and that's kind of a more elegant way to do this because you can mount it internally. And I was trying to find a way to do this internally. There's ways to do it because all the controller ports are just USB, so you can wire this up to one of the controller ports internally. But I didn't want to lose access to all 4 of my controller ports, and it was just a little more than I wanted to commit to right now. So don't go away. Then we're going to be opening up the DVD drive and cleaning that guy out, and then a T-SOP flash. Because in my video, I recommended doing a T-SOP flash. I might as well just put my money where my mouth is at this point, because this is just a soft modded Xbox. There's no mod chip. I've never flashed the BIOS or anything, but I'd like to do that. I don't really need to, but you know, I don't need to do any of this. I don't even need to make this video right now. I don't have to even get out of bed. I don't even have to be alive. There's nothing forcing me. The only thing I truly have to do is exist in the grand entropy of this universe, because I do not have any control over the laws of physics. So I guess existing is the one thing I have to do. And while I'm doing that, I guess I'll maintain this Xbox. And we're gonna start with the little Xbox feet. That's right, I'm showing off my feet on video, and I'm not even asking for money. I'm just a great guy like that. And the reason I've 3D printed these feet is because the foot situation on the Xbox is kind of lame. I've already lost 2 of them, and it causes my Xbox to do this. Not only that, but in Microsoft's infinite wisdom, they put the screws under the feet. So the more that you have to peel these back to get into this thing, the more that the adhesive just kind of loosens and they fall off. That's what happened to these two. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and modeled some feet that are about the same height as the originals, except they have this cutout right there for the screws. One more thing that'll make it easier for maintenance in the future. Later. Bye-bye. If you want to download and 3D print these feet yourself, there will be a link in the description to the download page for them. Ow, holy crap. This just in, hot glue is hot. Okay, so all the feet are installed now. Let's see, does it still rock back and forth? Oh, that's nice. That's the good stuff. Perfect.
What you got?
All right. And I printed these in TPU, so they're still going to be grippy and keep the console in place, which is nice. Anyway, here's the famous 320 gigabyte IDE hard drive. This hard drive
Parker, you got poo-poo?
The only reason I'm replacing it is for
Okay, let's go upstairs.
speed. The sound drive should be just a bit faster, and it should last a little bit longer. It's my Xbox.
I'll just start this over.
This is my personal Xbox. You would have seen this in one of my first videos where I went over the homebrew hacking and whatnot on the Xbox, and you might have even seen this in one of my ultra ancient videos where I tried to make it quieter by lubricating the fan, except that shit did not work at all. It's still loud as hell. So today we're going to be fixing that. But we're not going to be fixing only that. You see, this guy is old. I'm pretty sure it's a 1.0 Xbox. Ugh. From back in the Stone Age when they were made in Mexico. And he's in need of some love nowadays. So we're going to be giving this whole thing a once over. We're going to be replacing a whole bunch of stuff, including installing a silent GPU sync, putting on some new little feet that I printed, installing a 2 terabyte hard drive. And when I say fat, it's not actually that fat. It's just fat because it holds a lot of games. This one is not really a mod, but I thought this was super cool. So you can plug this into one of the controller ports on the front, and it will let you use like a DualShock 4, DualShock 5, or wait, not a DualShock 5, DualSense 5 or an Xbox One or Xbox Series S or X controller on this guy. I was going to look into the X360 converter, and that's kind of a more elegant way to do this because you can mount it internally. And I was trying to find a way to do this internally. There are ways to do it, because all the controller ports are just USB. So you can wire this up to one of the controller ports internally, but I didn't want to lose access to all 4 of my controller ports. And it was just a little more than I wanted to commit to right now. So, dongle wipe. Then we're going to be opening up the DVD drive and cleaning that guy out. And then a TSOP flash. Because in my video, I recommended doing a TSOP flash. I might as well just put my money where my mouth is at this point, because this is just a soft modded Xbox. There's no mod chip. I've never flashed the BIOS or anything. But I'd like to do that. I don't really need to, but, you know, I don't need to do any of this. I don't even need to make this video right now. I don't have to even get out of bed. I don't even have to be alive. There's nothing forcing me. The only thing I truly have to do is exist in the grand entropy of this universe, because I do not have any control over the laws of physics. So I guess existing is the one thing I have to do. And while I'm doing that, I guess I'll maintain this Xbox. And we're gonna start with the little Xbox feet. That's right, I'm showing off my feet on video, and I'm not even asking for money. I'm just a great guy like that. And the reason I've 3D printed these feet is because the foot situation on the Xbox is kind of lame. I've already lost 2 of them, and it causes my Xbox to do this. And not only that, but in Microsoft's infinite wisdom, they put the screws under the feet, so the more that you have to peel these back to get into this thing, the more that the adhesive just kind of loosens and they fall off. That's what happened to these 2. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and modeled some feet that are about the same height as the originals, except they have this cutout right there for the screws. One more thing that'll make it easier for maintenance in the future. Later. Bye-bye. And if you want to download and 3D print these feet yourself, there will be a link in the description to the download page for them. Ow, holy crap. This just in, hot glue is hot. Okay, so all the feet are installed now. Let's see, does it still rock back and forth? Oh, that's nice. That's the good stuff. Perfect. All right. And I printed these in TPU, so they're still going to be grippy and keep the console in place, which is nice. Anyway, here's the famous 320 gigabyte IDE hard drive. This hard drive is still fine. The only reason I'm replacing it is for longevity's sake. 2009, so it's only a matter of time before it bites the dust. So I'll be replacing the hard drive on my own terms rather than on that thing's terms if it dies. I don't work for you, I don't work for this hard drive, I'm doing it on my own terms. So on that note, let's get it out. And my DVD drive is actually working just fine, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to open it up and do a little bit of preventative maintenance. It's pretty much just a fact of life at this point that the rubber band that drives the tray will just kind of start slipping. So we're going to clean that guy up, clean up any other godforsaken debris that found its way in here. So this is where we part ways with the console for a little bit. We are going to start with the DVD drive. And I know if I was really putting my money where my mouth is, this would be in the trash right now. But I'm sorry, guys. I've got commitment issues. Optical media bad, don't get me wrong. But keeping this thing functional just in case I ever need to use it again, good. So we're gonna do that. Wow, that was convenient. Oh god, that is some human slime if I've ever seen it. That is just doo-doo and pubes all rolled up into one. Absolutely disgusting. Damn, Xbox, you live like this? We're gonna fix this thing's problems the same way I fix my problems. Just the gentle application of alcohol. Damn, some of that's kind of really caked in there. There we go. That's looking better. And there should be a way to kind of poke this guy to get the DVD drive to pop up. This feels like I'm causing irreparable harm. This doesn't feel good at all. I know this works. I've done this before. Ah, there we go. Maybe? Come on. There we go. It's actually not all that dirty in here. Give the lens a bit of a clean. Also gonna clean up these rails. Don't worry, I'm not just cleaning off all the grease and then not gonna reapply it. That would be else stupid. I've got some new silicone grease here. I bought this for my Dreamcast a while ago, and it should do wonders for this too. Okay, very nice. We are re-lubed. Also gonna put a little bit of grease on these gear teeth. A little bit on this slider rail thing, and clean up the rubber band. Yeah, got all that junk out. Oh wow. That alone actually makes it feel a lot better. See if I can fit a wee bit of grease on this gear down here. It's not much, but it'll help. And a little bit on this gear down here. Alright, and that should do it for the most part. I'm sure there's a couple places I didn't quite get, but it's all good. This DVD drive's already working pretty good anyway. Button that back up. Oh, there's a bunch of dirt on the backside of this thing. Thought I caught that. Not pressing this surface. Okay, so that's it for the DVD drive. That is going to bring us back to the sponsor of today's video, PCBWay. What the heck is a PCBWay? PCBWay has services that bridge the gap between your dreams and reality. And since that statement is into DVD drive, you can keep the console in place, which is nice. Anyway, here's the famous 320 gigabyte ID drive. This hard drive is still fine. The only reason I'm replacing it is for longevity's sake and speed. The SATA drive should be just a bit faster, and it should last a little bit longer, because this hard drive is from 2009, so it's only a matter of time before it bites the dust. So I'll be replacing the hard drive on my own terms rather than on that thing's terms if it dies. I don't work for you, I don't work for this hard drive. I'm doing it on my own terms. So on that note, let's get it out. My DVD drive is actually working just fine, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to open it up and do a little bit of preventative maintenance. It's pretty much just a fact of life at this point that the rubber band that drives the tray will just kind of start slipping. So we're going to clean that guy up, clean up any other godforsaken debris that found its way in here. So this is where we part ways with the console for a little bit. We are going to start with the DVD drive. And I know if I was really putting my money where my mouth is, this would be in the trash right now. But I'm sorry, guys. I've got commitment issues. Optical media bad, don't get me wrong. But keeping this thing functional just in case I ever need to use it again, good. So we're gonna do that. Wow, that was convenient. Oh god, that is some human slime if I've ever seen it. That is just doo-doo and pubes all rolled up into one. Absolutely disgusting. Damn, Xbox, you live like this? I'm gonna fix this thing's problems the same way I fix my problems. Just the gentle application of alcohol. Damn, some of that's kind of really caked in there. There we go, that's looking better. There should be a way to kind of poke this guy to get the DVD drive to pop up. This feels like I'm causing irreparable harm. This doesn't feel good at all. I know this works. I've done this before. Ah, there we go. Maybe? Come on. There we go. It's actually not all that dirty in here. Give the lens a bit of a clean. Also gonna clean up these rails. Don't worry, I'm not just cleaning off all the grease and then not gonna reapply it. That would be stupid. I've got some new silicone grease here. I bought this for my Dreamcast a while ago. It should do wonders for this too. Okay, very nice. We are re-lubed. Also gonna put a little bit of grease on these gear teeth. And a little bit on this slider rail thing. And clean up the rubber band. There we go. Got all that junk out. Oh wow. That alone actually makes it feel a lot better. See if I can fit a wee bit of grease on this gear down here. Not much, but it'll help. And a little bit on this gear down here. Alright, and that should do it for the most part. I'm sure there's a couple places I didn't quite get, but it's all good. This DVD drive's already working pretty good anyway. Button that back up. Oh, there's a bunch of dirt on the back side of this thing. Glad I caught that. Do not press on this surface. Okay, so that's it for the DVD drive. That is going to bring us back to the sponsor of today's video, PCBWay. What the heck is a PCB? The library, the whole piece, but the link in the... So in a super ancient video that's unlisted at this point, I tried to re-lubricate this fan, and it failed. It did not last. It worked for a little bit, but we're going to be doing something about that permanently today. Let me plug this in real quick and just show you guys what that sounds like. So yeah, that's horrible. I've also been noticing lately that if I kind of wiggle the power cable a little bit while it's on, it shuts off, which is not good. So I may dive into that AC port right there, but this area kind of scares me. The first time I ever shocked myself with 120 volts AC was because I accidentally touched the inside of the power supply while I was doing the Xbox HDM hard drive upgrade. So yeah, I hate all that, but it probably does need to get resoldered. Anyway, at least for now, this fan has to come out. And something that's kind of interesting is that not every one of these Xboxes even has this fan. My older version of the Xbox has this fan because the heatsink is smaller. They started with a tiny heatsink, then they eventually moved on to this bigger one from a later model Xbox. And that's what we're going to be swapping in, because this one is beefy enough that it doesn't need any active cooling.
Barkers, get out!
From this fan. So we're going to swap this one over. And I think it's as simple as just kind of lifting it out. Okay, so it turns out it is best to do it when the heatsinks are warm. I'm gonna give it a little bit of hot air. The Xbox has this fan because the heatsink is smaller. They started with a tiny heatsink, then they eventually moved on to this bigger one from a later model Xbox. And that's what
Test. If you want, yeah.
Okay, so it turns out it is best to do it when the heatsinks are warm. Gotta give it a little bit of hot air. The Xbox has this fan because the heatsink is smaller. They started with a tiny heatsink, then moved on to this bigger one from a later model Xbox. And that's
Test.
Super Mario, all the picture, please.
Normally with something this stuck, I'd use Goo Gone, but I don't know if that's safe to do.
They got me
I guess I'm really struggling, but I'm kind of getting somewhere. It is so tacky. God damn, it just comes out in globs. Okay, I'm gonna make a deal with the devil.
Ouch. Actually, I gotta change the volume.
Use a little bit of Goo Gone. This Goo Gone stuff can get out of control really fast, so I'm just gonna use a Q-tip. Oh my god, it's working like instantly. God, I should have started with this. Oh, this is fantastic. Whatever horrific concoction Goo Gone is, I have to say, it does work exceptionally well. Clean it up with alcohol one more time. It might not look like it on camera, but this is significantly cleaner than what we started with. And now we'll put some of the new stuff on. In goes the new heatsink. Put the clip on. And that is it, amigos. Silent GPU upgrade complete. And while we're here, I wasn't originally going to do this, but I'm going to take the CPU cooler off as well and just repaste it. I wasn't going to initially because of how much of a pain in the ass it was to get all the goop off, but Goo-Gon works so good that I'm just going to do that again. So we'll hit this guy with the Goo-Gon, then with some alcohol, try it up, and Bob's your uncle. I've cleaned all of the goop off of the heatsink, so now we can apply some new stuff, just a tiny little
Parker,
bit.
don't touch.
This one kind of scares me because it's direct dye.
Yeah, don't touch that.
So that is that. I think I'm now going
But
to
you haven't
pull the power
already
supply
flipped the
out and
disc on
see if I need to resolder that connection on the AC port. And this scares the shit out of me because I don't like AC. AC is very spooky. At least I'm fortunate enough to live in the US where the mains power is only 120 volts. So enough to kill me, but you know, I guess it could be worse. No way. Did they hold this whole thing on with one screw? I haven't seen another screw. Oh, nope, there is one more. He is hiding. I'm sure holding it by the thing with all of the warning signs is fine. Okay, this is terrifying. I did press the power button a good couple of times to discharge the capacitors, though. Whether or not that is enough is another question, and certainly one that I do not have the answer to. Okay, so here's this. I think this guy's a little loosey-goosey. Yep, okay. I have confirmed the issue. The solder joints are cracked. That's fine, though. I should be able to just reflow it on my way. Oh, that is some stinky old solder. Oh, my God. Man, that smells. Original Xbox smoke. Don't breathe this. That should do it. Actually, on closer inspection, it's still kind of gross. I'm just going to pull out the old solder, put new stuff in. Okay, looking good to me. It's always a good thing when your Xbox isn't doing crap anymore. And so before we put this back in, I think now is probably a good time. Oh wow, this thing is really light. There's like nothing in it. Now's a good time to probably take the motherboard out to do the T-SOP soldering. Oh man, there's some rust in there. Wait, where does that line up with on the board? Right here? That's weird. So this is where the rust is on the board, or on the chassis. But there's no rust here. There's no like liquid damage. There's no capacitor that even could be leaking up there. So I don't know how there's rust there. Is it a concern?
I'm just gonna restart my tablet because it's not acting right.
No! Well, you know what I will do? A little bit of soldering. Holy crap, that's a tiny point. Okay, this is where we're soldering. There's 2 pins right there. Holy crap, that's tiny. Oh man, I'm way too caffeinated for this one. This is so tiny. I gotta really get in close here, so you guys are gonna be seeing the back of my head for a minute. Okay, I think that'll do it. Does appear to be bridged. Let me test it with my multimeter first. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, one more spot I gotta hit.
Hey, Mama.
God damn, dude, you can see how shaky my fingers are. Why did I have coffee today? Alright, here we go again. Big lightning strike twice. Bam, done. Let's go. 2 for 2. Didn't lift any bags. Now I'm going to reassemble the Xbox with the original hard drive still, because now we actually have to flash the dang T-SOP. So, through the magic of editing, it's all put back together. First things first, let's make sure this thing still works. Okay, so it still boots up. That's good. I'm going to let it sit for a little bit and see what these temperatures get up to, because that would be very unfortunate if I screwed up the thermal paste somehow. Oh, it's so much quieter now. Still a little bit of noise, but mostly from the hard drive. The big fan is actually surprisingly quiet. I was going to replace it with something else, but it's actually fine. Okay, so the temps are looking really good, so we're just going to go ahead and keep going then. X-Blast OS time. Eh? It's not true. It's lying. See, it's right there. C BIOS. Maybe it's mad because I have like a billion different BIOSes in here. Okay, I've left only one. This is the one I intend to flash. Let's try again. What? I don't understand. It's not true. It might be mad because I'm booting the application from a different drive, so I'm going to copy C BIOS to the E partition, which is where I'm booting from. What? I don't understand. Okay, new idea. We are just going to boot the Hexen disk instead. Oh, no we're not. When I said boot the Hexen disk, I meant boot the contents of it that are already extracted to the hard drive. But now I will boot the actual disk. Okay, T-SOP flash chipped Xbox tool. T-SOP flash not WinBond. Oh, this is fancy. Alright, Evo X, M8 Plus, F and G. Oh boy, here we go. Oh god, I'm spooked. Alright, moment of truth. Maybe. Do I turn it back on now? Oh god. Okay, well it didn't turn back on by itself, so... Look at that! Look at that! I got a cool little bag now.
Quack,
it's
quack.
official. I'm flashed, baby? Hell yeah. I've ascended to the elite league of TSOP flashing gamers. What is this? Oh, I think it just messed up my theme. There we go. There's my theme. Alright, so that is done. Next item on the list, hard drive upgrade. Okay, it is time to actually install this hard drive now. But before I do that, this IDE cable is very slow. This IDE
It says
cable
watching.
is also very slow. However, it's slightly faster than that one. So we gotta put this in. And the reason that there's
Who's
a
watching
difference
us?
between these two is that if you count the individual strands on here, this is 40 wires, this one's 80. This one just does a little more.
It's weird not seeing who's like entered the room.
Things up. Okay, timeout. Maybe we can't use this. Oh my god. Cool.
Why does the
20-year-old
internet
IDE
keep stopping?
cables, am I right? Okay, so never mind. This cable's dumb, and it has the ports for this one kind of going down, but then this one, it's going up. And that is not very compatible with how they laid this out. So never mind. However, there is another. There are IDE cables that the community has already tested to make sure that everything works. Like usual, I tend to not do the easy thing, so that's why my life sucks right now, because I think this one might also not be compatible. Okay, I think we can kind of just like strong arm this one. See, I have it folded like all upside down and backwards, but it's fine. Okay, dude, this is not gonna work. Okay, sanity check here. Is the Xbox IDE cable just different? So here's the Xbox one on the left. Here's this one. Okay, it is just different. So there's a little notch on these things. They don't line up on my cables. Okay, hold on. Check a different IDE cable. Luckily, I've got quite a few of these stupid things lying around. It's not that I mess with IDE all the time. It's that when I'm soldering stuff, you can actually just tear these cables, and then if you need to run like 10 to 15 connections somewhere, you can just tear off 10 to 15 individual wires here, run all your connections in a ribbon so they're all going to the same place. It's very useful for that. So luckily, I've just got tons of these. All I gotta do is find one that matches the Xbox. So that would mean it goes like that. That wouldn't work because this needs to go that way. It needs to go down. Dude, what the heck? Alright. Something ain't right here. I know people use IDE cables that they find in old computers to do this all the time. After much looking with it, I think we're good. I ended up using this ridiculously long one, and it should be fine. There's some horrific, like, war crime tier bends in the cable kind of down there because it still doesn't want to go the right direction. But to protect your eyes, I did not show that part on the video. No need to contact your lawyers. I got you covered.
Hello, whoever's watching.
Alright, and I've 3D printed this cool little adapter. This is made to work with this specific IDE adapter, so everything should just kind of fit fine. Alright, so that bolts down into there real nice. Luckily, the notch kind of just lines up on this side at least. We're all connected. There we go. Just like that, Bob is still your dad's brother. So now we gotta put in this disk, because there's no OS on this hard drive, so we gotta reinstall it. Oh, very epic. Number 16. Service required. Yo, it says Linux right there. What the heck? Why, though? Okay, so it booted into Hexen when I put the original hard drive back. So now that I'm to the new disk wizard thing, I'm gonna remove the original drive. No idea if this is gonna work, by the way. Plug in the SATA drive. No, it froze. Nothing's working. Damn it. And I did set the jumper to master. So, what the heck? If only those of you who are screaming at me in the comments could just time travel and tell me what to do. I guess I'll take the clinical insanity route and keep rebooting it until something happens. No way. Oh, dude, insanity wins again. No way. Unbelievable. Let's fucking go. Press both triggers and start.
That's usually how it works. If it's not working, you just keep trying and trying and trying, and eventually it works.
Talking about incredible. You have drive F. Press both triggers and start. Yes, I do have F. Okay, do disk. Okay, I guess we're gonna run through this one more time. Yes, we have F. Okay, and now it's copying over all the dashboard goodies and whatnot. Dude, I am in disbelief that it was genuinely just a joke. A little funny, if you may, that I was just gonna keep rebooting it. I was gonna do that like maybe once or twice, but it actually worked. We are actually copying files right now. My mind is blown. Uh-oh, not out of the woods yet. Would you like to read a vlog? Yes. Copy failed. Okay. Cool. Oh, it's just one file? Well, hopefully we didn't need that keyboard.xip file, I guess. I'm gonna really hope this is not a foreshadowing moment. Oh my.
The safest and easiest thing, especially for beginners, is to press A to select a fully standard setting.
Oh crap.
Yeah, I don't have it open twice, do I?
Man. That's not good. Hello?
That doesn't
God
count
damn
as
it.
watching.
Okay. Oh, I was about to power it off. Okay, maybe we can get back to that tool. Alright, I found the tool that we were in. I'm just gonna rerun the
Wait, so if I
explanation.
close this, something
Okay,
happens?
fine. Okay, we're back. I'm gonna do this, actually. So it's gonna put all of my extra space in one gigantic partition.
Parker, you're
actually,
funny.
No, I'm not, because it...
Hey, don't touch. Don't touch his game.
Because you cannot have
Here.
one gigantic partition on this thing. You have to have two approximately 1 terabyte partitions. And since I am just an overachiever like that, I also read that they have to be 64 kilobyte clusters. So we're gonna do this. Okay, we'll use 64 kilobyte clusters. I think we're good. Press start. Let's do this. Formatting partitions. We're doing it. We're doing it. And the reason that I'm setting this hard drive up as brand new and not doing a clone from this guy is that over the last 10 years, I've accumulated quite a bit of shit on this thing. Tons of games on here, tons of emulators, random applications.
Two watching
random
started 2 hours ago and I
There's
got
just a
22
ton on
subscribers.
this thing,
Two,
so I'm
two,
gonna
two,
just start fresh. Everything that I want to transfer back over is saved on my PC anyway. So a lot of my games I'll just send back over with FTP, send over my ROMs and whatnot. It'll just be nice to start fresh. Okay, so that's supposedly done. Okay, so in theory that's it. So we'll take the disk out. There we go. We're actually booted into Unleash X with the new hard drive. Big boy, big boy. Okay, I'm gonna button this whole thing back up, transfer over some games, and then we're gonna take a look at the Wingman converter. So here's this guy. So now you may notice that this thing is like a USB flash drive looking type thing. How to plug into Xbox, no USB. That's where you're wrong. So the controller ports on the original Xbox obviously look like this, but all this is a USB port. It's just not the right shape. So you can use an adapter like this one that lets you then plug in USB devices. And then from there, you just plug it into a controller port, and you're good to go. And to prove that we're good to go, I've got this guy. So this is just a regular Xbox One controller. It's the Bluetooth variant, as you can see. In theory, you can just kind of put this into pairing mode. Do that. Yeah, look at that. This is sick. Oh, wow, this really just works. That's awesome. This almost feels
That's
more
crazy.
responsive than the original controller. Maybe it's because this isn't a complete abomination against humanity. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, it lost connection. Here we go. That was weird. Oh, wow. Even Rumble works. That's awesome. Okay, seems like for whatever reason, whenever you boot a game or go back to the dashboard, this thing just loses connection. I mean, it's pretty lame, but it's also as easy as just taking a battery out and reconnecting real quick. That's kind of lame, but it is what it is. Oh my god, hold on, look at the rumble. Oh, I don't know if you guys can see that. On the camera preview, it looks like this thing is just like undulating. Hold on. Bizarre.
It's like going full vibration for some reason.
But anyway, yeah, this works really good. Other than it disconnecting when you launch another executable, this thing is great. And also, return to dashboard does work.
Yeah, Xbox 360 was the beginning of 1080 gaming.
It is pretty lame that it disconnects though every single time that you launch something.
The textures aren't quite 1080, but
Let's see, can I just hold this?
the clarity
So I guess you
is
don't have to take a battery out.
almost 1080.
Home button. Done, but whatever. I'll live with it. It does make me happy though that I did not install this thing internally, because this isn't quite a plug-and-play solution I was hoping it is.
Like that right there looks
It's
1080.
really close. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, see, this is what I mean. It's close, but... So Mario 64 for some reason doesn't seem to recognize the controller, which sucks. So yeah, like I was saying, it's not the end-all be-all solution. Let's try another controller. So
Hi,
there's
Bowser.
another USB port on the back of this thing, so I'm gonna plug in an Xbox 360 wired controller. Man, this is a hell of an adapter, oh my god. I mean, you could even argue that the breakaway cable...
Parker loves bananas.
Okay, the wired 360 controller...
No, Stevie does not like bananas. Parker loves bananas.
This is so nice. As much as I like the Duke, it's just because I prefer it over the S controller. I do not prefer it over the 360 controller. And there's no more input lag than normal, I'd say. It feels exactly the same as a normal controller. Okay, we're gonna try something really silly now. No way. This actually works. Oh, okay, they didn't remap A and B, so you have to press the button as if it was an Xbox controller. Still has that disconnect issue. This is actually easier to deal with than on the Xbox 360 controller though, because the Switch controller just turns right off when it disconnects. So all you gotta do is hit a button and then it goes back. Okay. Yep. This was the way Half-Life 2 was intended to be played. On the original Xbox at 7 FPS with a Nintendo Switch controller. It doesn't get any more pure than this, folks. Alright, well, I think that's gonna
That's just
be
fucked
it.
up.
Thanks for coming on this journey with me. I'm surprised how well this actually went. I mean, there were some hiccups here and there, but for the most part, kind of just worked. This adapter's cool. I totally recommend this thing. It's not perfect, but I got it for like 40 bucks. It's a nice quality of life upgrade if you've already got, you know, some controller lying around. That's gonna be it. It means the world to me if you can check out my spring store in the description. I've got all kinds of stupid, wacky designs on there. Or if you want, you can just get a Bringus logo. If you want to talk about stuff like this with other like-minded people, head on over to the Discord. Again, link in the description. And I'll see you in the next one. So bad? You know, I just had to dig up a laptop from the prehistoric age, but it could be worse, I guess.
No.
Folks, we have an end. I think I finally clawed my way out of Xbox 360 hell. I've spent the last several hours with the motherboard. We now have a glitch chip, which is programmed. All of the wires
What is
that
this
go
one?
all over the freaking place on this thing. And you know, I just had to dig up a laptop from the prehistoric age, but it could be worse, I guess.
360.
Folks, we have an end.
Parker, what the heck?
I think I finally clawed my way out of Xbox 360 hell. I've spent the last several hours with the motherboard. We now have a glitch chip, which is programmed. All of the wires that go all over the freaking place on this thing. And
Looks good.
that's it. That was several hours of work. Thank you.
Hey, Parker, don't touch, don't touch, don't touch. Parker,
And thank you, console mods.
what are you doing?
This was very confusing to
No,
piece
don't
together the
touch.
process for. As someone coming into this that's never done anything with the 360 before, there are so many different glitch chips, so many different programmers, so many places you can wire this thing up
Here, I
at,
can
so
give
many
you this
different
controller.
motherboard variations. There's a lot to
Here you go.
figure out, but I think I have figured it out.
No, it's not real. He's just pretending.
All right, Xbox.
Hey, he's just pretending.
This all be for nothing.
Okay. You silly.
Mine is not doing that. You can't really see it, but over on the RF board here, it's just blinking at me. I didn't do that. All right, take two. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is fancy. I'm so happy that that's all that was. I was like, come on, dude. I took my time with this one. And there it is, the magic numbers. Time to put it back together. So it's pretty close to being put back together now, but there is still one missing component. We don't have a hard drive. And after looking at some pictures online, I
So it's not on
determined that we
there.
are also missing the caddy for the hard drive. There's supposed to be a little spot with a metal bracket right up here where the hard drive mounts, and we got
So
completely
is it
screwed out of
possible that this is
So I
duplicating it?
designed this little bracket of my own, bolts into this hard drive, which is a 1 terabyte hard drive that is straight out of the PS4
YouTube
Pro
here.
from the last video. Don't think I'm gonna be needing that anymore. And the hard drive will mount right up to the back right here with these holes. Then we can plug in the weird little SATA thing, just like that. We got a hard drive. With our Lian Li Xbox 360 in its final form, I'm not water cooling it. One question remains. Does it do what it was advertised to do? I'd look up the archived product page for it on the Wayback Machine, but literal fucking garbage human beings keep hacking them and taking the service down.
I want to change the video
With
mode on
single
this thing
line
because
of
it's
the Newegg
fucking
product
way too
page that's
vibrant.
somehow
It
still
looks
standard.
great, but at the
This
same
system
time,
is
it's
quieter
like
and
it's
more
too much.
efficient, thus improving the lifespan of your product by keeping components at a lower temperature. Breaking that down, we've got quieter, and more efficient, This one is a little too vague to really comment on. Do they mean their 120mm fan consumes less watts than the stock dual 70mm fans? Or do they mean that their duct is more efficient at moving air across the heat sinks than the stock one? Well, I sure hope not, because look at these gaps. You can fit your mom in there. What's per side? Doesn't look too efficient to me. Improving the lifespan of your product. We covered this earlier. This case will not prevent red ring. False. Keeping components at a lower temperature. This one might have some weight to it. If they're referring to everything in here that isn't the CPU and GPU, then yeah, those parts are likely going to get marginally more air passing over them and they'll stay at a lower temperature than stock. Sure. The CPU and GPU, though? I would like you to observe something. I have taped over a significant portion of the front intake. This rectangle here is the only place air can get in. I even got the backside. Now let's take a look at the temperatures. They have settled around about 64 to 65 C for the processor and 70 to 71 C for the graphics. Now you would think if we took the tape off and gave this thing more airflow, it would start cooling those down. Well, let's see. Alright, all the tape is removed. Now I'm just going to give it a couple minutes to get the temperatures to some sort of equilibrium. Well, that's weird. Our GPU is at pretty much the same temperature. The Xbox 360's cooling fan operates on a temperature target. Once the GPU hits around 71 degrees Celsius, or the CPU hits around 80 degrees Celsius, the console will automatically kick the fan speed up until the offending component is back to its target temperature. However, the inverse is also true. That means in situations where the console has better access to cold air, it will prioritize quieting down rather than running cooler. That's also why we saw a change in the CPU temperature, but not the GPU temperature. Since the GPU is the component currently hitting its temperature target, the fans regulate their speed based on the GPU and let the CPU be at whatever temperature it ends up being, as long as it's under its target. It's kind of just here for the ride. Keep in mind, this behavior is going to be different based on which CPU and which GPU you have, which motherboard you have. So I'll give the XB01 a kinda but not really. The effort to improve the cooling was good, but ultimately it was in vain because of the cooling targets. No side panel at all, and we are still at about 71 C. I want to personally thank and shout out Josh Davidson, or Octo450, for providing me with a lot of information, mainly the section about how red ring happens. If you caught any mistakes throughout the video, trust me, they're from me. This dude knows what he's talking about. Lucifella asks, how many computers do you own? Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's a motherboard in here. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Hey, do you have the keys to the storage? 23, 24, 25, 26. No, that doesn't count. 26, 27, 28. And I probably still missed a bunch. Okay, continuing on. Danger Duck asks, can you show me your current favorite thingy/computer? That one's easy. It's this thing. I'd like you to take a guess as to what this is. Did you say VR backpack computer? No, you fucking didn't. HP VR Backpack G2. This is technically a desktop computer. I've been using it as like a secondary gaming PC. And you want to know something really wacky? Look at that. It's turning on. No cables, no charger, no nothing. It's turning on. It's a VR backpack computer. There are batteries in here. Now imagine. And remember these? That's all I'm saying. And good old Cyber asks, what thing do I own that I am the most proud of owning or creating? That, also an easy one. I think that honor is going to go to the GameCube Mini V2. If you've never seen this guy, I don't really blame you at this point. This was a video I made back in the Stone Age. But there is an entire GameCube in this thing. See, look at that. And it still works. I still use it every once in a while. I just love how tiny it ended up being. Hold on, let me get a real GameCube. Alright, real GameCube.
But there's no disc tray, you're just playing
It's just microscopic.
modded game files.
Everything really just came together super well. And the filament that I used just looks so nice. Yeah, this is it. This is my prized possession. Bye-bye.
He has a miniature
I had to
GameCube.
break the Lenovo seal. Wait, is this a map? I just shorted the crap.
Is this a map?
Doesn't have genitals. 400 FPS. Bandwidth full speed like 7 times. Now nothing. Ah, there it is. YouTube. Like someone I'd like.
This is literally a backpack gamer. What are you doing, mister?
I don't know. Oh, how
Oh my god, as a charging stand? Look at this.
VR backpack workstation. It claims to provide the freedom to move and maintain total immersion with docking capabilities that transform the computer
That's crazy.
into a manageable, powerful desktop PC. It comes with Intel's Core i7
It's literally just a laptop.
DDR4 RAM, a 256GB SSD, and packs an NVIDIA Quadro.
They took their
GPU. When you
Omen
purchase
laptops and put it into a backpack.
with carbon fiber mounting brackets, 4 batteries, and cables for connecting a VR headset. When in backpack mode, the computer feels lightweight and durable.
Is that an external battery?
The weight of the backpack feels well distributed. The carbon fiber mounting brackets allow for a sufficient amount of airflow between the mesh backing and the backpack, so overheating wasn't an issue.
That's what I was thinking.
Which mode you use the PC in. There are a plethora of ports at your disposal. The backpack
But what are those
itself
like
has
mega
mega
jack ports? What are
as
those?
well as ports to connect a VR headset like the HTC Vive we used in testing. And in docking mode, you have all the ports you'd expect on a workstation computer. The bottom
piece
of the computer
power?
also has 2 ports to connect batteries when in backpack mode, and these are hot swappable, meaning you can swap out batteries without interrupting play. In our testing, we got between 2 and 2.5 hours of VR playtime before having to swap out the batteries, but that was enough time for the other 2 batteries to charge fully. The biggest drawback to the HPC is
So it has enough battery to turn on by itself, but then you need the external batteries to play for a few hours.
To a monitor before being able to enter VR mode. The specs on the HPC were good enough that it could handle any VR game we threw at it, but the NVIDIA Quadro P5200 GPU is optimized for commercial situations, like employee training and product development, so it might not be the best option to replace your gaming rig. HP does sell a similar computer under its Omen line marketed to gamers, but it's much pricier than similarly spec'd gaming PCs. Though the chance to encounter an untethered VR experience may seem appealing to most VR goers at the moment, the expensive computer and complicated setup process seem a high price to pay for what may become outdated with the introduction of future wireless adapters for VR headsets. Our verdict? Don't get it. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Hey, wait, hold on a second. We want to get some input from you on how to make Cut to the Tech the best it can be. You can click the link in the description to take a really short survey and share your thoughts with us. Thanks in advance for your
I'll subscribe. That was pretty funny. Shut up and cut. What in the... Is that an LED?
Come and sit down. Sit down. Miley.
My lord.
Miley. Sit down. Miley. Calm down. You just walked in through the door. You're angry as hell. Have you had a bad Have you had a bad day at school?
Girl just has mental health issues. That's all there is to it.
18-year-old daughter knows any of these products, and me and Beck, we won't win in the panties.
Floppy disk. The original floppy D.
We used to use them in schools and at home.
Yep. That's how we saved documents. It wasn't good for saving anything else.
We used to have one of them in our houses. It's actually a home telephone. That is like the centre of bios These kids are spoiled these days, aren't they?
Sound system.
I bet you don't know what that's called, do you? I used to have one.
Karaoke machine.
Do you know that you have these little electric things, little small things, and that's what we used to have to play called the high five. Literally all that.
No, you didn't need that. That's high fidelity. That's expensive equipment. It's a letter. It's a letter. It's a letter of the day. What are you doing, Steepy?
Too hard.
Press this one. This one. Okay. Press the bottom one. There you go. Now you got it, right?
He's gonna make a big mistake messing with Mark.
The fight's over. He just slapped him in the head.
I don't know about it.
Hmm?
I can't play. Can't play for it to play.
You want to play Xbox?
Yeah, I want to play Xbox.
What are you playing? Ow, my toe. You just jumped on my foot. Okay, don't do that no more, okay?
Hey, look.
Yeah, it's paint off the floor because they do a crappy job of painting. Can you put it in my hand, please?
Yeah, that's paint.
Thank you.
Two things in the gaming news world I want to talk about this week. I'm still traveling, pardon my appearance, but I had to sit down and gather that
Oh.
production stuff. If you missed it, Hideo Kojima
It's a
essentially
polysporin.
had the Hideo Con, or you know, some sort of, it was like an Apple event, but for Hideo Kojima stuff. There was some
ABC,
ridiculous bullshit, of course.
ABC.
That kind of comes with the territory. The whole
Where's the chat?
thing. But we did finally get a new trailer for the horror game he's working on, kind of like a collaboration with Xbox Game Studios.
There
I've
it
seen it
is.
circulating, some people throwing around that it was canceled. I guess that's not the case now, but apparently
Don't get sidetracked.
it's a project that
11 o'clock, Lisa.
involved here. But this trailer is good. Interestingly enough, it is very nose referencing PT, the Brit
redacted text that pops up at the start of the trailer. I read that as like, you know, a revolutionary new horror experience, PT, that happened, and this is like the spiritual successor of that. A lot of little subtle references here and there in the trailer I immediately picked up on from PT, the radio static, the worms in the cup. It really just carries that feel, that flavor, which I think is really significant. We've heard this a million times, we've heard people rave about PT, right? But they had something there, and it influenced a lot in terms of like some indie horror projects and stuff like that, just because it felt so different. It felt distinctly Japanese, but also so dark and so different. So for him to come back, I wasn't sure if the horror was going to feel the same or if he was going to try something different, but now judging from this trailer, I'm glad you see echoes of what they were trying to attempt. The trailer to me didn't like completely.
That looks like real life.
Gameplay, which was disappointing, but I did like just the tone it set in the room. The main character.
Yeah, I gotta get some polysporin.
Big empty room, rain outside. It just really hit a good feel. It just felt like one of those really good indie horror movies that is just big on cinematography more than anything. But then thankfully, I thought this trailer was something scary and back it up. Feel yeah, that worked. So what we know now is that this game is called OD Knock, which I think is just really awkward. It's just a clunky sounding title, but essentially what this is that OD is the overarching thing, the series, if you will, and Knock is Hideo Kojima's game in this thing, like sort of horror anthology. Of course, when this was first announced, it was intended to be a collaboration with people like Jordan Peele,
Yeah, it looks better.
World, a few others that are technically involved. I don't know if they've been announced yet, and honestly, I don't know the stage of like what those other people are, like what they're bringing to the table here. But what is cool is that we're at least getting one from Hideo Kojima and his team, and I think it looks potentially pretty sweet. And before we keep going, let me tell you about if you're new around here, you should know that Vessi delivers dependable, comfortable footwear to all of us. It's also 100%. Which is an absolute game changer. If you have a little bit of adventure in your life, whether it's in the woods, in the city, wherever you live, these shoes have really become a go-to for me. They got all different colors, shapes, sizes, varieties for every type of person, every situation. Lately, I've been rocking the Stormburst. These are the Stormburst gloves. They also have Stormburst high tops as well.
I'm using it, okay.
And if you know anything about Ireland, you know it's constantly raining on and off. Completely unpredictable weather, and I was always prepared because work, but they don't feel like waterproof shoes. I was able to wear absolutely breathable footwear with a nice grippy bottom, so whether I was in Dublin, caught in the rain, stepping in a puddle, or out in the woods exploring somewhere in the hills, I was set. So if you want to check them out, explore without limits with the Stormburst shoe. Of course, they're waterproof and they're backed by a 1-year warranty, and you can try it risk-free for 30 days.
You want candy? No, you gotta have lunch in a bit. No, you can't have candy. No, you're gonna go with Grandma and Grandpa, and then later on tonight you can play Mario, okay?
Also, it seems like
Yeah, you're gonna do it later on, okay? Okay.
The game's coming in tonight.
Ian's coming in tonight?
Yeah.
No, they're gonna come home after school at 3 o'clock, 3:30. That's when you go for a nap, right?
Right. But we got shoes.
typing over like one piece of art, one poster for a game that's probably not even like production yet. But we got a look at this.
Steven, don't touch that stuff, please.
We got shoes.
Don't touch that stuff. You wanna play?
Specifically a collaboration, and we knew this game was
Let's wait.
thing, but now we have essentially a character poster. It's still technically a working title, but I like it. It's actually a little weird. Kind of reminds me of poster. Look, I don't know if Chicago is on this thing for confirmation, but it's just quintessential Hideo Kojima and company. I said this in my Death Stranding video, Andrew. I don't know if you can pull this up for my Death Stranding video, but it proves once again like how good Hideo Kojima is at that all teenage boy shit. But I mean that respectfully. But what I mean by that is cool guys, sick guns, fucking killing people, robot dogs, crazy monsters, just the stuff Yeah, what I do like about Hideo Kojima when he's at his best, and like you see it with some things
Do I sit here?
Stranding, is he's really making
Parkers, walk with your legs.
as funny as that sounds.
Sit.
Specializes, as
Sit
what
here.
you said, is
I watched
teenage boys,
Mario.
guys in jackets, badass shit. And you had it here and there with Death Stranding, with like some of the stuff with pigs, of course, Matt Nicholson, and what's his name? I can't remember already, but you know, Solid Snake, of course. Like the guy gets it, and this image to me totally speaks to that. Just the way it looks. A hybrid type of thing where you can see he's got kind of like a stealth camo tactical gear on that looks a little sci-fi.
Try this one.
But then also it's kind of like fading away to reveal that he's wearing a trench coat over it. He's also got a submachine gun at his
I'll play Pac-Man?
But the trench coat to me is really giving
Yeah, let's play Pac-Man.
number one,
You haven't tried it before.
section from Metal Gear Solid 4, your Snake and his smart
You play as Pac-Man.
around. Feels a lot like that. I've seen a lot of people point that out. But also,
T-shirt is still the best thing to clean
it's
the
really
city.
giving Snatcher one of the originals.
As long as your T-shirt is not covered in wood chips or
But
stone
also
chunks,
Snatcher, and I feel like that
salt,
jacket and
sand.
heavily inspired
Are you sure,
by Blade
Parker?
Runner and Deckard's coat and that.
Are you
So you can see
sure?
parallels. Obviously, Hideo Kojima always wears influences on his sleeve, but I just like the way this looks, the color palette, the art,
Very far in
the
dark
character
characters.
design into it. I also like the ease of the main character's face being obscured. It looks
Pretty sure
really
Garden
cool,
Warfare is the second,
but also just inspires a lot of curiosity.
not the original.
A lot of people are saying, is it Robert Pattinson? Hideo Kojima's been pretty upfront about how much of a fan he is, right? But also, apparently, he's teased things, like they've met. I don't know. I don't know if it's Robert Pattinson. People are like pointing at the silhouette and being like, that's definitely Robert Pattinson. I don't know, man. It could be anybody. It's just like a guy's face. It could be me. Honestly, sometimes I think it's interesting when good actors and enthusiastic, talented actors are put in games. But I would like them to just build a new character from the ground up, not inspired by someone's likeness. You know, Solid Snake looks like Solid Snake. He doesn't look like anybody else. Aloy doesn't look like anybody else. I mean, yes, they base off of actors in real life. You know what I mean? Look, I talked way too long about just a poster, but as soon as it dropped, I was like, oh shit. And I was with other people who were into games at the same time, and we were all like, oh shit, that's cool. And that's a good feeling, to just be excited about something silly. Is it my phone wallpaper? Not yet, but I've been thinking about making it my phone wallpaper since I saw it. Now, if you're new here, welcome to Two Things, where every Wednesday I talk about two news topics I find interesting. On Game Ranks on the Friday News Show, I talk about all the news for you, but here I like to just dig into two topics. The other thing I wanted to talk about this week isn't as positive as the new Hideo Kojima games. It's Xbox raising prices. This is significant because Xbox has raised prices for the second time in a year. Xbox Series X was $600 recently. Now it's gone up to $650. If you want the special 2 terabyte Xbox Series X, that'll be $800. And if you're just looking for entry level, Series S type business, you're looking
Not gonna lie, it's a high quality 4K console.
on storage size. So
Like
again,
video
prices
wise.
have gone up from
I wouldn't say it's
$20
high quality
to $50,
manufacturing
but
wise.
Couple in the fact that prices also went up not too long ago. It's starting to get like what are we doing here? And it's not me shitting on Xbox. It's me shitting on everything because, excuse me, PlayStation raised prices just a couple of months back. And honestly, I think if a tech heavyweight, a tech giant, able to make calculated long-term moves and absorb costs, something as big as Microsoft had to pivot embarrassingly twice in a year on price, I don't think Sony is any different. And I wouldn't be surprised if Sony announced a price increase as well.
There you go, Steven.
And I've talked about this in other videos.
Is that fun?
Typically, we see console prices
You got Pac-Man.
over time. The older they can not go up, which I think sucks overall for gaming. Less access to gaming. You can argue, you look at the numbers, yes, not a ton of people are
What are
buying an
those?
Xbox Series X
Oh,
at
ghosts?
this point, but still,
Those are ghosts.
these prices hitting right before the holidays, it's brutal.
You'll be
And I
alright,
think
CD.
it's just like, it feels like this long dark winter of gaming, from price increases, game price increases, layoffs, all types of stuff, all the bad stuff we've talked about in the gaming news world for so long, right? This just feels like another black eye. And I think this black eye specifically it's just making games trickier to get in the hands of people. And now you can say, hey, anyone with a laptop can download and emulate, do whatever, right? But I'm thinking of just kind of like more mainstream, more casual people that don't know that world and are very much just like, I buy an Xbox or I buy a PlayStation at Target. I don't know what it is. Let's play Fortnite. Still, like I think it's getting harder for random people to jump in the game, and I think that's overall a loss because it means that we're not going to see new gamers come in at a consistent clip. And if the gaming industry, I think, is like not
Sorry, I'm just trying to set them at the right
gamers
depth.
to this type of gaming, right? If they're more pushing now to
This one's good.
free to play mobile shit and just like, you know, regular old like whatever slop. I don't know how much that's going to translate over to people that like want to buy a PlayStation and like Hideo Kojima's weird game, you know? This of course comes from like the whole economic shit show in the United States where it seems like companies are just finding it really hard to pin down pricing as inflation and tariffs and all that stuff is like a personal story. But, you know, like the cynical side of me also has happened other times, like COVID, when other things happen where companies will potentially have a reason to increase prices, but if conditions change and things get better or prices tend to not come down as fast as when they went up. So I see this as like gaming still
Parker, what you doing?
for quite some time. Also, Psycho 2, I see a lot of people like the argument where console prices now people are like, well, why don't they now most people can build a PC. Yes, on the surface, but not everybody in every part of the world has access to those types of parts. Not only that, but also access to those types of parts at competitive, legit prices. So not everyone can just go out and build a PC overnight. As much as I love PC gaming, and I do think it can be the solution, you know, I think it's a little bit more complicated. It's not as black and white. But that's an interesting point, right? Because even physics, which I talked about in the previous segment, that seems like that's going to be a core next generation game. He said they're going to be working on that for quite a few years. PS6 has kind of floated around in the conversation in the world. Me on the streets, out in the game world, I have heard PS6 like lightly
Markers.
as something that is an inevitability sooner rather than later at this point. Xbox also has been very upfront about trying to continue in the hardware world, and they're working on hardware. They've talked forever about that, basically since Xbox Series X came out. So we know that new consoles are still in the pipeline, but like I am terrified to see what the hell those would even cost at this point. Like, when is enough? Like, I think a lot of people are reaching that point. Not only the price of consoles, but also the price of games, where those going up, and people are like, all right, my hobby is getting too expensive. I can only put too much into this, you know? So I don't have, like, a positive way to spin this. I'm like, well, at the end of the day, we all love each other. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Shit's getting expensive. I do think when this happens, you're going to see other things that are going to be interesting and more positive. Maybe AA is going to find a way to really fill that void. Maybe we're going to get more compelling, interesting games on mobile because more people have access to a smartphone than an Xbox or a PlayStation. Maybe indie is really going to seize this opportunity. I don't know, but I think shifts are going to happen. It's just a matter of how and when. Game development, of course, is incredibly expensive. I think all the publishers are starting to realize the time and money it takes, and they're probably rethinking that process and how long it takes to make games. But I don't know if we're going to see the results of that overnight. Big corporations tend to move kind of slow, except when it comes to raising prices. But I think that's all I got this week. I yapped a lot, so I want to know what you guys think. It's in the boring here. The coffee's still hitting, but let me know in the comments what you think about it. Am I annoying for how much I just like this little poster released for a game that's not coming out for 5 years? Sure. But are you like me? Let me know. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about OD Knock, how you feel about that, and the Hideo Kojima credit card. Don't leave home without it. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the Xbox price stuff. I got a little bad guy with that. I want to know where we're at with it. If you get what I'm trying to do here, I'm just talking about stuff I like, stuff I find interesting. Clicking the like button helps me. Thank you. But that's it. I'm Jake Baldino. Subscribe to this video. Peace out, me.
You idiot, I'm trying to call you from tomorrow. Can't you see my call? You
That was a real voicemail a scammer left me. During the call, you can start to tell that he's getting really pissed off. This even happens in the voicemails that he ends up leaving me. So I want to break it down. Here are the steps of how he got here. Step 1, calling him the wrong name. The scammer goes by Alex, but I called him Alvin the entire time.
It's Alex Thomas. You forgot to get the time.
Step 2, we're gonna send money to the wrong scammer. Okay, just to be clear, guys, I'm not actually sending money to anyone, scammer or anybody. It's all part of the plan, okay?
I'm supposed to be sending a parcel to Microsoft.
Are you kidding me, sir? Are you joking with me or what?
And step 3, some good old-fashioned trolling.
So I told you not to press on accept. You don't understand English? Are you playing with me? So I told you not to press on accept, right? Are you mad or what?
And for some context, this guy calls me over 50 times, only to end up rage quitting. But not before he poured me a nice cold glass of scammer tears. Let's get into it.
Thank you for calling order 360. My name is Alex from Ethiopia.
So this is your typical refund scam, and I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but the scammer's name is Alex. He's trying to steal $31,000 from me. Now, as the first step in trying to make him really rage, I'm going to call him by Alvin and see how he reacts.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, this is Alex Thomas, banking officer.
Alvin Thomas.
It's Alex Thomas.
Oh.
Write down my name, it is Alex Thomas.
Okay, Alvin Thomas.
If you remember, from Norton, sir, from Norton. You are forgetting every time.
Then on top of that, we're going to take you to the part where he's having me put in information into the computer, and he's just begging me not to hit him. Of course, to rile him up and over and over again.
Yeah, so you need to type your phone line there, right?
Okay.
And sir, I told you after you put your name, you don't need to press the enter button, right? So once you finish, just wait, don't press any enter button. Alright? And again and again you are typing the enter button. I told you cannot use any delete or any backspace button, right? So why are you pressing the enter button after typing your details?
So I have to do this whole thing again.
Yes.
Alright.
See, again you press the enter button. Again you press the enter button. Did you understand what I'm saying to you or not?
Well, what is the issue? I put my name in.
See, after typing your name, you have pressed the enter button. I told you not to press the enter button, right? So type your zip code now and don't press the enter button after that. What have you done?
I put 34230.
And after that, did you press the enter?
Yes.
So you don't have to do that. It will take automatically. You don't have to do that. When I am saying that you don't have to press enter, then why are you pressing enter from yourself?
Muscle memory.
Sorry? Loss of memory. You're very lost. So make sure you don't press enter now.
Oh, I was trying to hit shift.
So why did you press enter then? After that, why are you pressing the enter? I don't understand that. You don't have to do that. Do you understand that? You don't have to press enter. Again and again, I'm telling you the same thing that this is a Norton live banking server.
Okay.
Right? You cannot press the enter button or you cannot make any kinds of mistake.
Hey, Miss G.
Put the
What's
dollar
up?
sign
Just preparing for
and
next
310.
week's
You need to
classes.
put 310.
Steven, don't do that. You have a cord. Look. You have a cord, okay? Don't do that.
Okay, what can I see on my screen?
It says 31,000.
Are you serious? You have put 31,000 there.
And I put 300.
Parker, come on out.
Oh my god, this is the reason
Come on,
why
Parker.
I was telling you not to make any kinds of mistakes from the very, very long time.
Well, I wasn't making a mistake. I was just helping you.
So how come, see, this is your help, right? You can see 31,000, is this what you are helping me? I will lose my job because of this help for you.
You're going. I need to see where you put that controller, Parker.
You just look on your bank, right? Check your bank. Did you receive any money?
Yeah, I don't think you brought it back out, dude.
My checking says 37,000. And now my screen went away.
Your screen went away?
Yeah, it keeps going away at these opportunistic moments because my savings said like $400. Now my savings says 31,000.
Look on your statement. Look on your statement. I want you to look on your statement on the middle of your screen.
Yeah, it says 31,000 refund security.
This is the amount which has got credited in your bank account just because of your one mistake.
Okay, well, I'm tired of making mistakes.
Mistakes?
Hey, don't touch.
No, these aren't mistakes. This is a calculated game plan, guys. I've already been calling them the wrong name. We've been trolling them a good bit. And
Two things in the gaming news world I want to talk about this week. I'm still traveling.
What? How did I just download that? Just download the webpage? Yeah, let's just put on trailers.
And today I'm excited to bring you a first look at some of the challenges and difficulty options that await you in Ninja Gaiden 4 when it releases October 21st. This new mainline entry, Legendary Ninja Action franchise, developed by and in collaboration with Platinum Games, elevates Ninja Gaiden's signature high-octane combat to new heights, with a wide array of new offensive and defensive techniques. Ninja Gaiden's distinct difficulty design, which introduces varied enemy placement and increasingly aggressive enemy AI across higher difficulty levels, is a true Ninja Gaiden tradition. That being said, the path to becoming a master ninja is not a destination, but a journey, which is why we have introduced difficulty options and assists to help new players familiarize themselves with the way of the ninja. One such difficulty option is Hero Mode, which will enable auto guard, auto dodge, and other useful assists, allowing you to acclimate yourself to the general flow of combat without the pressure of imminent annihilation. In Hero Mode, these assists can be toggled on and off at any time during the game. Hero Mode is a perfect mode for players who want to focus on the story of Yakumo's ascent to the ranks of Master Ninja, as he sets out to kill the Dark Dragon and clashes with the legendary Super Ninja Ryu Hayabusa. Rest assured that if you start your journey, but midway start craving more bite in your combat, you'll be able to change the difficulty to normal or hard at any time during the story, allowing you to curate your combat experience according to your progression as a player. Speaking of progression, Ninja Gaiden 4 introduces a standalone training mode, the series first, that can be accessed at any time from the menu. Here you can brush up on your attack strings, defensive maneuvers, and other combat skills, so you can effortlessly dish them out on the battlefield. Action game enthusiasts with aspirations of completing Master Ninja difficulty will have their skills pushed to their limits. Master Ninja cannot be switched to mid-game, and the badge of honor for completing this difficulty will be reserved for those who have truly honed their skills. On Master Ninja difficulty, enemies won't wait their turn, and if you hope to stand a chance, you'll have to dig deep into your toolset, maintain keen situational awareness, and react to enemies with deadly precision. Here's some Master Ninja gameplay to get a taste of what Ninja Gaiden 4 looks like at high level. seasoned veteran itching for the next milestone action game experience, or a newcomer looking to cut their teeth on some euphoric hack-and-slash action, Ninja Gaiden 4 will offer a rich and exhilarating experience for players of all skill levels. We hope you enjoyed this first look at Ninja Gaiden 4's difficulty settings. We'll see you on the battlefield when it releases October 21st. Thanks for watching.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Oh, it's great.
Hey, we're back with another episode of Before You Buy. That show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. As usual, it's me, Jake Baldino, and today we're talking about Silent Hill F. This is just like a completely new Silent Hill game, and this is extremely significant because other than Short Message and the Silent Hill 2 remake, the franchise has been dormant since 2012. Back then, with Downpour and Homecoming, it felt like the franchise was starting to lose its edge. You know, for anybody other than the hardcore fans, it never felt like the franchise quite lived up to that legendary run of Silent Hill 1 through 4. Obviously, you can debate some of that, but I'm just generalizing. So, with Silent Hill F, they went back to the drawing board completely. Like, new time period, new setting, new character, almost a completely different type of horror and presentation in some aspects. So, to not mince words here, right up front, Silent Hill's Return is really solid. It's a pretty good game. It's not quite incredible.
I want the IGN trailers.
Here he comes. Get him! I'm going in.
That's an ice coast. Before you jump, use your fire.
Football and Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's an ice coast.
Dark Magician.
Use your fire.
Blue Eyes White Dragon. Okay. Red Eyes Black Dragon. These cards are so lame. I forget that guy's name. Something crazy. Slifer. Why y'all picking dragons? The Guardian. Obelisk. I know there's one that's called the Guardian or something like that. Bobo's dreaming.
Polymerization.
Polymerization. New alarm Friday, Saturday. To the road. Yeah, I'm good on this. I'm good on this football. Where's the next button? Why are we doing this? Hiroshima. Looks like New York. Parker, you silly. You don't want to play that no more? Oh, let me see. No, just say. Did you already see this? I don't know how to do it. I gotta keep playing. No. Did you already see this? X to attack and Y to steer them. You can jump, jump. You can go jump, jump. See? Jump, jump. Scare him. And then you gotta chomp him.
Play it now with Game
Got him.
Pass.
See? Parker, don't do that. Did you already do this? You did this, Steven?
Every time you eat a ghost, you get its eyes. Kinda gross, I know, but collect enough of those babies and you'll earn extra lives.
Ow. I ate a burgers. Did you see that?
Oh no, Pepper!
I got them. Whoa, you see that? I got them. You just gotta hit XX. Watch. I'm being a cheater and going backwards. Ooh, cheese. Don't need it. That's okay.
That's the cheese.
look at these. I eat them. Oh, what's this?
No, my eye is itchy.
Oh, whoopsies.
Try again.
Parker went upstairs.
Yeah.
Gonna get you. Why are you gonna get me? Stevie, you just gotta press X.
Okay.
Come here. You try.
I want to make something very clear. If Rocket Jeff,
On the bad guys, you just press X.
Rocket Jeff is a helicopter, this team
Okay? No, go to them. They're over there. No, don't press it yet. Go to the bad guys and then press it. Press X on the bad guys, quick. Over there.
I get it.
No, you don't need it. You're not listening. You don't need it. X on the bad guys. See? Get them. X on the bad guys. One more. Turn around. Right there. Right there. Right there. X on the bad guys. Okay, listen. Sit.
I just get the burger. Got it.
You only need the burgers if you don't have 3 hearts. Okay?
I have 3 hearts.
Now. You silly. Oh, fuckers.
Actually, they're about to get both their support off. So
Oh, fuckers.
I need the cheese. I need the cheese. Go.
Yeah, so I want to find a home for all of these.
I need the burger. I need the burger. I need the burger. They got the burger. I got. Yeah, you have to go around the burger. No. Can I have 3 wins?
Every team is running Phoenix, huh? Every pro team.
Hey, where's that player?
I've been hitting her.
Can I go ahead and do one?
Unless I can fix the other PlayStation controller, I want that as well.
Then what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the controllers.
Can I have that one? The back one?
No bugger.
Okay.
Phoenix all did at the same time. Church.
Oh, it has bad sticks. Probably needs a stick replacement. I'll work on this one today. Actually, I'll check out both of these today. I haven't checked them out. Yeah.
Ball's here, so it's just a brawl for a second.
Okay, Tim, get out of here.
Let's stay on Sue, I think.
Let's go to Amazon. And I want to see... so it's just that simple little cup design. That would be cool. The controller caddy. That's pretty cool.
Splash up with my foolish.
I wish I just had a bunch of those.
They are sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They can go on computer.
No, you have to do it later, after Grandma's okay.
They have to go. They were machines. What? They didn't say machines.
Just one? These are a really good idea, but then the bracket thing is going to get destroyed. You're going to need to replace these with metal. That's pretty cool. Think of a bunch of different pegs coming out on this angle.
I never get to win.
Yeah, you do.
No, can't do that. It's too hard.
No, it's not. Don't lie.
But I got this one. This one. No. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Don't eat me.
You do good work, Pac.
That might work. It's got a round base. It's already sand minus the ends. It would be cool to like come over here and pick your controller.
Oh no, don't eat me in this.
Technically, I could put it anywhere.
Don't eat me.
I could have it like right here.
Die, hide. He's coming. The worst one is gonna eat me. He's gone.
Metal, if I had metal coat hanging wire, that would be easy. I'm trying to think of what materials that I have that I could use. Four of them for $20.
The people of Pacopolis are behind you all.
Let's add it to cart and see what it keeps putting me through. What?
Anything interesting going on, Clyde?
All things considered, not really.
$2.98?
Nice to see you.
No,
Pinky.
$22.98. This thing is not very intuitive, not very smart.
How are you today, Pinky?
Fine, Pat. Thank you for asking.
No, I need more of these hooks, people, not less. This is
Don't
different.
you have people to bully or something? I think I'll start with you. Atreus up to anything evil today, Clyde?
3 of them for 16.
It's a weekday, so I'm gonna say yes.
40 for 8.
Anything I can do for you, Miss G? No,
45
thanks.
for
You're
9.
doing a fine job. What brings you guys here?
Usual. Just avoiding Atreus.
How's it going, Inky?
Just another day in the life of your friendly neighborhood ghosts.
$36 for 4. Jesus Christ.
Dang, there's fire everywhere. Let's go. Where's lava? Terrible.
Parker! I think Parker's getting hungry.
I can't play this game.
Why not? What do you do?
Look, it's not working. I can't play that one. I can't play that one.
Yeah, you can. Just have fun.
But I can't play that one.
It doesn't matter if you die, okay?
They can't go in the blue one.
19 for 4.
It's a computer. It's a computer. Who's trying to play that?
You're gonna get better and better deals here.
Yeah, I know. There's a fire. There's that. What fire was They can't get any lava.
Don't go in the lava. What are you doing? Stevie, you're not playing properly. That's why you're dying. You're trying to kill yourself.
I'm not killing myself. I live that.
Yeah, you are. I just seen you.
They can't go in lava.
No, you die. Don't go in lava. You die. That's the answer you want to hear.
What does lava with? It's a bad one.
Okay, so far we got... It didn't even put it in the cart. Go to cart. One of those. Delete. Delete.
They can't go in lava. They can't go in lava.
No.
They look away.
Are those metal?
They can't go in lava.
Why are they
They can't go in lava.
insertable? Steven, can you stop repeating yourself, please? Thank you. Oh, so the back plate has a hook? So these are just like, you can put them however, wherever? Universal hooks? $21.99 for 4 of the metal ones. That game sounds pretty good. Yeah, beat him up, Stevie. Beat him up. Plastic, non-flexible, breakable. I think I found the best option.
He's here!
Dad, can I go in the lava? Dad, can I have a skateboard?
Yep,
I have one skateboard.
you can have him.
I have 2 skateboards. 4 skateboards. 3 skateboards. I have 4 skateboards. 4 skateboards. Or 4 of them. I have 4 skateboards. 1, 2, 3. 4 skateboards.
I don't know what else to type to find.
Right, I have 4 skateboards. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 4. 4.
These things right here.
Yeah, I know, Daddy.
Foam ties. These things. 5. These ones are yellow even. 5 of them. And then I just gotta mount them on the wall with a bracket.
What's wrong? Dad, can I go in the lava?
Nope.
Please. Lava, this.
4-pack for $11.97. Look at that. I'm a genius. It's not quite what I want though. I want more. I don't want to buy a 4-pack. I want to buy like a 10-pack. And I can put up as many controllers as I want. Eight pack, 12 pack, 8 pack.
Here.
8 pack is sorted.
Anything interesting going on, Clyde?
8 pack yellow is $1 less.
Not really.
Excellent work, Pac-Man. Oh.
Yeah, so they seem pretty strong. $16.97 for 8 of them. And that's exactly what I want is 8. Well, I would like to have more, then I could actually put this thing up too. Okay, Google. What do you call a little piece of metal with 2 holes in it that you can wrap around a wire and then screw the wire to the wall?
It might be a cable clip or cable restraint. They used to hold wires in place. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yes.
Stay on the way back.
$5.24.
2, 3, 4.
Right, okay. You can usually find those in hardware stores or online retailers that sell electrical equipment. What's...
I think I've seen everything there is to see here.
There's gotta be ones that are cheaper. Like I don't need a whole bunch of them. 5 something. 5 something. Round cord clips.
Get this
How is
skateboard.
that a cord clip?
Get a skateboard.
Oh, I see.
The view is nice from here, but I should really get going.
Parker,
Parker, put it back.
I got something for you.
Parker.
Parker,
Out.
I got something for you. A tiny skateboard.
I got something for you. Parker, out. Parker. Parker. Please don't touch. Out. You don't behave yourself. You're gonna break it. Come on. There's got to be cheaper ones than this. $5.24 for 50 of them. 50 of them. $5.24 is the cheapest. Would you just drop that controller on the ground, Steven? You better not be dropping my stuff on the ground, dude.
Oh, take it, Parker.
Here.
Just give me the skateboard. Never skateboard.
Give me the controller to my hand and step out of my way.
Okay. Skateboard.
Thank you, Parker.
Parker, I got something new. A tiny skateboard. Yay! What's it price? Okay. Yeah, it's a skateboard. Let me have it. Let's go. Let's go. I'll go. No! No! He's taking my skateboard.
I might just have some left.
No, he's taking my skateboard.
Steven, share.
But I don't have to share the
Hey.
skateboards.
You have to share. Don't be stubborn. Be fair.
Become fairs. Right?
Yes, you can. Don't lie.
Okay.
Some of them left, but
Let me hit it. Parker, get on my shirt. No! I haven't seen that about the skateboards. Well, Browns, it's okay.
it's doable. You could just use these. I don't think I have anything else similar. There. I solved the problem with $17. Parker, you little bugger. I would like to get those, but I don't need them anymore. Yeah, everything else can stay. I don't think it's the dock. I think it's the port on the console. Needs to be resoldered. Whoa.
Which one is better? Which one is better?
Well, which one is better?
Come here.
I agree. Cyberpunk
Which one
running
is better?
on the Switch is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Parkers. Parkers. Go.
Which one is better?
And oh no. And oh no.
Got the cords for the N64. Now I just need to freaking.
Which one is better?
Keep getting distracted by all these videos.
Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome back to yet another video, and today we are checking out our first. This looks incredible. Now I am playing this on performance mode because I generally feel like the graphics mode is a bit too choppy. Performance mode does drop in frames, and I can definitely feel it. Unfortunately, there's no measurements you can see with the frame rates and stuff, so you kind of have to judge it by the gameplay, but it looks fantastic.
This is 3 months old.
HDR, the graphics, the lighting, it just looks absolutely incredible.
Let's go back there and then we'll filter it out to recent. Sweet. Oh, new ways to play. What is this? Oh. You can aim with the mouse. Or aim with the controller. Oh, you can do camera mode. That's pretty cool.
Hello everyone, and welcome back.
Oh
to
yeah, this is why I would get Switch 2 right here. This game.
The last episode, I did have to remove the first game that we're going to talk about. I didn't have to, but I felt like it was probably the right thing to do. So that one's back in this episode. There have been so many patches dropped for both Switch 1 and 2. It's exciting again. It's actually a real...
3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Alright, everything that we're about to look at is from the version 1.0.3, which I'm guessing includes a launch day patch. As a massive Star Wars fan, I was really keen to play Star Wars Outlaws, particularly after it was essentially slated at launch for having numerous issues to do with stealth, and then the game received a number of patches, and I don't remember seeing many outlets revisit it because they fixed the stealth mechanics and also improved a lot of the other gameplay ones. But the reason you're probably here is to hear about...
That's the only downside, is you're playing on a screen that's only this big.
We're gonna go through
That's my only downside. I wish the screen was a little bit bigger just so you could get more clarity.
Frame rates. Alright, Star Wars Outlaws.
More sharpness, more clarity.
Is it a crime against gaming? Well, my name's Mark Walker.
See, like this is a video of a screen. I don't want to watch this. I want to watch actual...
The first thing to note is the heavy-handed use of the Ubisoft Online UbiConnect service. Straight away, you are essentially...
Elgato sent me their new 4KX capture card, so let's plug it into my Switch 2 to see how it looks. This card has almost no preview delay in OBS, but is the quality actually good? Well, comment down below. Wait, YouTube Shorts compression probably makes it look like normal 1080p footage. Trust me though, this 4K 60 FPS HDR footage looks super clean. So if you've got the budget for it, I'd say the 4KX is the best capture card you can buy. Elgato sent me their new 4KX capture card, so let's...
Here's how to capture your Nintendo Switch 2 gameplay for streaming and recording using an Elgato capture card. For this video, we'll be using 4KX. However, these same steps work with any Elgato capture card. First, connect the HDMI cable from your Switch 2 dock to the HDMI in port on 4KX. Then run another HDMI cable from your 4KX's HDMI out to your TV or monitor. Finally, connect 4KX into your computer with the included USB-C cable. And lastly, power on Switch 2.
12 different fucking USBs on his motherboard.
144 frames per second, making it perfect for Switch 2's upgraded performance. And just like that, you can now record Switch 2 in Elgato Studio or stream in apps like OBS Studio. Here's how to capture your Nintendo Switch 2 gameplay for streaming and recording using an Elgato capture card. For this video, we'll be using 4KX. However, these same steps work with any Elgato capture card. First, connect the HDMI cable from your Switch 2 dock to the HDMI in. Then run another HDMI cable from HDMI out to your TV or monitor.
Oh, that's for the
Finally,
X.
connect 4KX into your computer with the included USB-C cable.
HD
And lastly,
60.
power on Switch
So that's a 1080p.
With 4KX, you can record up to 4K at 144 frames per second, making it perfect for Switch 2's upgraded performance. And just like that, you can now record Switch 2 in Elgato Studio or stream in apps like OBS Studio. Here's how to capture your Nintendo Switch 2 gameplay for streaming and
This is probably what I would
using an
want
Elgato capture card.
into
For
my
this
computer
video,
and
we'll
then
be
have
using
my
4KX.
computer set up
However, these same
with my
steps work
streaming
with
set
any
up
Elgato
to
capture
the
card.
computer.
First, connect the HDMI cable from your Switch 2 dock to the HDMI in port on 4KX. Then run another HDMI cable from your 4KX's HDMI out to your TV or monitor. Finally, connect 4KX into your computer with the included USB-C cable.
Hello?
And lastly, power on Switch 2.
Who goes there?
4KX, you can record up to 4K at 144 frames per second, making it perfect for Switch 2's upgraded performance. And just like that, you can now record Switch 2 in Elgato Studio or stream in apps like OBS Studio. Here's how to capture your Nintendo Switch 2 gameplay for streaming and recording using an Elgato capture card. For this video, we'll be using 4KX. However, these same steps work.
There you go. 3 years ago.
I bought 3 capture cards on Wish.com, USB 2.0, USB 3.0, and a console capture card. I probably got scammed, but let's find out together. Let's immediately open the cheapest capture card. This was, if I remember correctly, $7 or $8, which to be honest is kinda crazy. And this is just a straight copy of the Elgato Cam Link. And to test this capture card, I connected an HDMI to this camera here, and I will connect all the cards here on the side. So now in OBS Studio, we can just add a video capture device to see the result. However, before doing that, I want to tell you about the sponsor of today's video, which is Own.tv. Own.tv is a big graphics webshop. I will add there definitely is one, but it's way lower than I would expect. I will clap in my hands and I will clearly see the delay. Now I'm gonna put this mic on the side because I want to compare the capture card to this Elgato one, which costs around 130, I'm not sure. By the way, there are other options, but this is the only premium capture card I have lying around here. And to be honest, on the first look, the difference isn't as big as I expected. So now before checking out these other capture cards, I quickly want to test the gaming capture performance of this card here. Because games are completely different than this camera here, and they might give another result. So what I'm gonna do, since I don't own a console, is I'm gonna use that PC as a console. I'm gonna record a game here, then I'm gonna keep the footage playing, connect this HDMI to that PC, then connect the other side through one of these 2 capture cards into that PC. Since then we will be able to compare the exact same footage for these 2 cards. So as you can see here, I'm gonna record in 1080p 60 FPS, and I'm gonna record a few different things here, like shooting, maybe quickly looking around here, and clearly bring the details into the screen, because I think this combined with quickly looking around is where the difference will be between these cheap and expensive capture cards. Okay, so the recording is finished. It is playing on the screen right now.
Welcome back.
Playing here on this PC through this
Welcome
capture card.
back.
And we will look at the final results in a minute. This looks very decent. By the way, quick note, if you want to buy one of these and you don't want to wait a month on Wish.com, I will also look this up on Amazon and then add the links in the description. They will probably be a bit more expensive, but you will have them in a few days. So the recording is finished. Now it's time to test the Elgato one. So keep in mind, this costs more than 15 times the amount. So right now we are looking at the footage recorded by the $7 capture card from Wish.com, and this is the result of the Elgato Cam Link. And overall the footage of this cheap capture card looks pretty good. However, when we zoom in on specific elements, it's very clear that it's absolutely not sharp. When comparing it to the Elgato capture card, there's a very clear difference in details and sharpness, but I don't think that's unexpected when comparing a $7 capture card with a $130 card. Now, if you put the overall recording side by side, then the difference is less obvious, but it's still definitely there. Now, a common complaint I read online is that the colors look a bit too yellow and that the final footage looks kind of washed out. However, this can easily be improved with color grading. I made a preset for the grade you just saw, and you can easily install it in OBS Studio. In OBS, you simply right-click the capture card, go to Filters, then you add an effect filter and choose Apply LUT. Click on OK, then click on Browse here, go to your downloads, and then choose the LUT you just downloaded from my description. Now, one big downside of this Wish.com capture card is that it's 30 FPS and not 60. And that's why I also bought this capture card here, because it should be better quality and more FPS. Now, the price of this Wish card was higher than the other cheapest card, however it's still not close to something like a Cam Link. I just did a bit of tweaking and this card is so much more impressive than the $7 one, it's actually crazy. I am so looking forward to testing this one since it's clearly from the same people. Now this here is the result of the $13 Wish.com card, the grey one, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. Pay attention to the name of the gun on the bottom right, and I will switch to the other card in 3, 2, 1, now. Now, as you see, this is much more blurry and lower quality. And if you compare the details and sharpness of all 3 cards, it's very clear that the $7 Wish.com card was definitely decent for the price, but that the $13 card blows it out of the park. Same thing when you look at gameplay of the 3 side by side. So the thing I want to test now is the difference between the grey card, the $13 one, and then the Elgato Cam Link, because it seems like they're not that different. So this here is footage of the grey Wish.com card.
And then when we put the Elgato card next to it and zoom in a bit, the difference in quality is not that big. And the main reason they do look a bit different is the color, because as you can see here, the color of the Elgato one is definitely better and more natural. However, as you can see on this example here on the left, I created a color grade that makes them almost identical. The link to the color grade will also be in the description. And as you can see, when we compare the $13 Wish.com card to the original 1080p footage, it's almost the same thing. So this card is an amazing deal. I also found a few cards that are similar to this on Amazon, so you can get it quicker. I will link it in the description. And one big downside of this card that you need to keep in mind is that the 1080p 60 FPS that's advertised doesn't work. It's either 1080p 30 FPS or 720p 60 FPS. This here is an example of the quality when recording in 720p. However, you won't see the 60 FPS since this YouTube video is 30 FPS. And apparently the same thing counts for this card as well. However, they are not lying on the package. They are saying that it's 1080p 30 Hz. The gray card, on the other hand, is actually false advertising. Now, I looked at a lot of the gaming footage to test everything, and the 30 FPS didn't really bother me. There's a difference between gaming in 30 FPS or watching a game in 30 FPS. When you're moving your mouse or your controller and it's 30 FPS, then it's actually gonna feel like input lag. But when you're watching a game in 30 FPS, that doesn't really bother me. However, what definitely does bother me is the delay when gaming with a capture card like this. So this one is connected right now, and to recap, this is our console. Let's say it's a PlayStation. There is an HDMI going from our PlayStation into this capture card here, and then the capture card is going into our PC, and this is the result in OBS Studio. So when you have a single capture card like this is the cam link, the other one is connected, you have no other option than to game in the OBS preview, because the output of your console that you usually connect to a TV or a monitor to game on now goes into this capture card, and that goes into your PC. So the only way to see it is to add a video capture device here, and then add it, for example, here, USB video. But as you see here, when I move my mouse, there definitely is a delay between me moving and then things happening on the screen. And when you want to, for example, track a moving enemy like this, you're gonna have a bad time because it's practically impossible. So that's where a card like this comes in, but I got a cheaper option to test, which is an HDMI splitter. So instead of connecting an HDMI to your console and then connecting the other side to a capture card that goes into your PC, we now take the HDMI splitter and then plug it into our console like this, and then we connect two HDMI cables to this splitter, and as a result of that, you now have two HDMI signals with your game. One of them goes into the capture card, and then in the PC like before. This will give you your game in OBS Studio through the capture card, but then you have another screen to connect your extra HDMI to. And I just tested everything, and it actually works. This screen is perfectly smooth, and then this one here can be recorded or can be streamed, etc. So I'm gonna click on this settings icon here, and you're gonna see that it pops up here first, and then this one will be delayed. So I'm gonna click in 3, 2, 1, now. And as you saw, this one pops up first, this one here,
stop it.
and this screen feels perfectly smooth. And then this one here is going through the capture card, so it means that the colors here are much better. It's also 60 FPS instead of 30, because this is just a clean HDMI signal going from the console into the screen. So you can clearly see if I click through the menu here that the left screen
I can totally do that.
quicker.
Put the screwdrivers back where they're supposed to go.
Also got is basically a combination of this one plus the splitter. I also connected it here to quickly test it. So when HDMI goes from your console into the card, then the video from your console that comes in here goes through USB to your PC, and there's also a power cord that's also USB. And then the HDMI out here, this can go to your second screen. So just like with the splitter, we can now test the delay by just doing things on the screen. It feels very smooth, kind of the same thing as with the other card. And when I click on the settings icon here, you can see that the delay is kind of the same. I'm quickly gonna move through the menu here so you can see the actual delay. And just like with the other card, this screen is perfectly smooth, and this one here has a delay, but it's being recorded and streamed. I'm also gonna quickly do the 1080p 60 FPS test that we did with all the other cards so we can compare them, mainly because I want to see how this card does compared to this one here. So the test is running right now. This also looks like a very decent card, and the thing I want to know the most is if it's gonna be 1080p 30 FPS like the other cards or 1080p 60 FPS. Okay, so what you see now is the result of the Wish.com console gaming capture card, and I'm not sure how noticeable it will be on this YouTube video, but it looks very choppy. choppy, especially in these parts where I'm looking around very quickly. It looks like it's 15 FPS instead of 30 and definitely not 60. This card here that I showed you in the beginning is what this card is based on, but as you see here it costs almost $200 on Amazon, while some copies of this gray capture card from Wish that we tested cost around $19, and some of the HDMI splitters are really cheap. Anyways, this is what the Elgato capture card looks like. It's definitely very smooth, it's 1080p 60 FPS, the quality is good, but as we just went over, it's almost 10 times the price. So it has never been this easy for me to reach a conclusion. This capture card here from Wish.com costs around $13 and it's almost the same quality as this Elgato Camlink, but it's 30 FPS instead of 60. Then if you want something like this for console gaming, where you can have a separate screen that has a clean HDMI signal to game on without lag, then the only thing you need is an HDMI splitter like this in combination with the cheap Wish.com card, and this right here is a perfect combination. So I will add the Wish.com and Amazon links to all of these in the description. This one here is clearly my favorite. If you want to know about finds like this earlier before I make a video on it, you can follow me on Instagram, because I've been sharing stories about this card for a few days already. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, and I will see you in the next one. Have a nice day.
Large corporations are making potentially billions of dollars by purposefully making inferior controllers. These are all scams. Manufacturers are making controllers with inferior parts on purpose, so you'll be more likely to buy a new one and throw your old one away. But are they really doing this? And why would they? Let me show you. But before I do need to make the disclaimer that this video is based on my experience and with unverifiable numbers. The numbers I'm about to show you are based on the number of consoles sold and the assumption that every console owner has purchased one additional controller. I don't know about you, but I've purchased a lot more than one additional controller, but I wanted to stay a little conservative on the numbers since they are unverifiable. So in the last 10 years, Nintendo has sold about 152 million units of game consoles. These numbers are based on the last 10 years. If Nintendo sells one set of controllers for every console sold, and a set of Joy-Cons is $70, they make $10 billion in extra revenue. If Sony sold one extra controller for each of the 194 million units of their game consoles sold in the last 10 years at $60, they would make almost $12 billion. Microsoft comes in at $5 billion, but a total for these top three game console manufacturers is $27 billion. So why are they making inferior controllers? I think it's pretty obvious. But what's so inferior about these controllers anyway? This is one of Sony's most recent releases of a limited edition DualSense controller. It's the Last of Us edition. Let's open it up, and I want to show you something on the inside. I've got to say, this is a really cool looking controller. As a side note, I love these white thumbsticks. I think they look amazing. I would never actually use this very long though. These things are gonna get dirty in about 30 seconds. So these are the analog sticks. Let me show you what's inside. Now we can actually open up this potentiometer right here and look at the inside and see how it works. As I'm sure you already know, the analog stick is what makes your character move. So you can see when we press it this way or this way, that little pin, that little red pin, moves back and forth, and that makes this little white disc move back and forth like this. What's under that little white disc are these little silver wipers that correspond to these carbon tracks on this potentiometer. So let's get under a microscope and I'll show you even better what's going on. This is a very similar analog stick made exactly the same way. It's not that exact stick from that controller, but this is the little potentiometer I was showing you. This little black pin is that same disc, and right here is the metal wiper. The metal wiper goes right along this carbon track. As it goes along these carbon tracks, it changes the resistance, and that's how your controller knows
where your character should be
Fits
positioned.
perfectly right there,
The major
Parkers.
problem with these carbon tracks
Now I can put
is
the
shown
other
right
star
here.
thing on this
They can
wall.
wear down just like this one did. You can see there's just a bunch of it on the edge here, and there's really not much left right here. This is the main problem with these type of analog sticks. Manufacturers know this, and they know those carbon tracks are a problem, yet they still continue putting the same type of analog sticks in these brand new controllers. Once again, this is one of the newest controllers that Sony sells, and as I showed, it has analog sticks with carbon traces. But what about the Switch 2 Joy-Cons? Surely they would use better analog sticks. Let's take a look. Now, as you might already know, Nintendo and even Sony were both hit with class action lawsuits over these analog sticks that they keep putting in their controllers. As far as I know, those lawsuits were dismissed for undisclosed reasons, but that doesn't change the fact that this is a major problem for these controller manufacturers. While we're on the subject of Nintendo, I do actually have to give them some credit because they will take old Joy-Cons and replace the analog sticks for free, even if they're outside of the warranty. While in my opinion that's not the best solution, that certainly is a solution, and at least they are somewhat trying to take care of their customers. Here's the analog stick off of the brand new Nintendo Switch 2. Let's look at this under the microscope and see what kind of analog stick they're using. We take off this bottom metal cover. This just opens right up, and we can see that they're using the exact same
These holes are the same.
carbon traces for their analog sticks. And again, over time, these will literally just wear out. If you use your controller about 2 hours a day, these will likely last about 4 to 6 months. So those old style analog sticks with the carbon traces are clearly not the answer, but what is the answer? These. For less than $3 each, and this is from Amazon. If you go to AliExpress or other Chinese sellers, you can get them for less than $3 each. You can buy Hall Effect or TMR joysticks. The great thing about these is they don't use any mechanical connections. Let me show you the inside. Are you ready for this? This is the inside of a Hall Effect joystick. No mechanical connection at all. On this side, we simply have a magnet, and that magnet just moves when you move the joystick. On this side, we just have a sensor that senses the position of this magnet. So instead of carbon traces that wear out over time, we have a magnet and a sensor, and that's it. So why would these companies not use Hall Effect or TMR analog stick sensors? With the billions of dollars they make off of extra controller sales, I would have to be convinced that it's not simply just for pure profit. I think most people, when they have a serious stick drift issue, they just toss the controller and go buy another one, and that's profit directly into the pockets of these large corporations. So unfortunately, there's not a lot of good ways to hold these manufacturers accountable, but one thing we can do as DIYers is buy these cheap replacements that last basically forever and replace them ourselves. So how to do that? They actually make a special soldering iron tip just for this. This tip matches perfectly the pins on these analog sticks. So all we have to do once this is hot is put it right down onto the analog stick solder joints, and then the old analog stick will just drop right out, and we can push the new one right up in. While it does take some soldering know-how, this makes it easier for more people to be able to do this job. Once our iron is hot enough, I need to verify that this is the correct orientation, and it is. So then all we have to do is bring it down and make sure we're lined up on these places, wiggle it around a little bit. All the solder is being melted at the same time. Once the solder is hot enough, analog stick just pulls right out. Then we take the new one and push it right back up into those same holes. Just like that. Then we need to flux up all these joints on the other side and just do the exact same thing.
This one across the top.
One stick out. And the replacement in. Just like that. Now I am going to come back through and hand solder some of these joints. Some of the joints could use more solder, but this process takes so much less time. I would say that replacing these without that special soldering iron tip
It's probably like a, I don't know, 1-minute job. Maybe less, you know, if you get lucky. Maybe we can get down to 10 minutes. With that soldering iron tip, it literally takes like a minute. And I am hand resoldering these, you know, so I don't know, maybe 2 minutes. By the way, I'm going to leave a link to everything laid down in the description, including that soldering iron tip. So if you want to do this, or if you want to start doing this as a business, and you have all the resources you need that. That's also a way to help these controllers last longer. Start a service doing this for other people. And there we go. We got them all cleaned up, and this PS5 controller has now been upgraded to sticks that Sony should have used in the first place. I do need to say that when you replace analog sticks, a lot of times you do need to go online and calibrate them, so that is something I may need to do with this controller. The nice thing about Joy-Cons is that you can actually replace them with no soldering required. They don't make Hall Effect or TMR for the Switch 2 yet, but I'm sure they will very soon, and once they do, I'll make sure there's a link in the description. But essentially, these are just plug and play. You drop it in, plug it into the board, reassemble it, and you're ready to go. Now, one of the reasons Nintendo might have decided to not go with Hall Effect sticks on the Switch 2 is because these are magnetic. They connect to the tablet magnetically, so that magnet could interfere with the Hall Effect sticks. But I have heard that TMR sticks are less likely to get magnetic interference, so I think that probably is still an option. Only time will tell once third-party manufacturers start manufacturing replacement Hall Effect and TMR sticks for the Switch 2. So you tell me, is there something I'm missing, or are controller sales just one big scam for big corporations to make billions more dollars? If you want to see a video where I got scammed by one of my own viewers, I'll put a link for that video up on your screen now, so you can come hang out with me over there and see how I was scammed. Thanks so much for watching today, and I hope you liked it. I paid $299 for the very first broken PS5 Pro on eBay. Let's open it up and see what's wrong with it and if we can fix it. The eBay seller that I bought this from said that there is no power, that the HDMI port is loose, and that they didn't do any further testing. They said that the warranty sticker had already been removed when they got it, so who knows what we're going to find in this PS5 Pro. Looks like that is what we got. Let's get it unpacked and plugged in. That bug heads. I really hope that's not bug heads. And I don't think any evidence of bugs so far. No, the HDMI port definitely looks like it's messed up. But what would cause it to not power? That's the part that somebody's obviously taken it apart before though, so they could have messed something up. Okay, here we go. No power on. No power at all. Okay. Let's get this thing apart. The PS5 Pro was released on November 7th, 2024. I bought this PS5 Pro in March of 2025. I got it on eBay for $299. The current retail price is $699. So it might be a great deal, or maybe I just hurt myself. The warranty sticker is removed because this is the warranty sticker and it has not been removed before. That's interesting and a little strange. To be totally honest, this isn't actually the first broken PS5 Pro I've seen. I noticed a number of them for sale that were banned on eBay, but I never buy those since there's no way to unban them. So this is the first PS5 Pro that I saw on eBay that I can actually possibly fix. Alright, what do we have here? Not suspicious at all. So first thing we're going to do is see if there's power coming into the console. If the power supply is bad, then there wouldn't be any power coming in. And we have exactly 0 volts. So most likely the power supply is bad. Okay, let's get down to it and replace it and see if that's all it takes to fix this one. Other than the HDMI port, we'll have to deal with that too. And once we remove the clamp and the spacer, should be able to get the power supply out. No. That is stuck down there really good. I don't want to bend it too much.
There you go.
Here, let it
Oh,
go.
what is that?
There we go. Okay. Let's see how the liquid metal looks on this. See if there's a dry spot. And looks like there's not. So for anybody that doesn't know, there are grooves on the heatsink for the PS5 Pro. And that seems to really help the liquid metal to stay right where it should stay. With the board out, we will be able to fix this HDMI port, but let's get to the power supply first. We need to see if we can get this thing to turn on. And now we can lift up this whole piece along with the heatsink. That all looks good. Heatsink is nice and clean. Now we're down to the power supply. That we just lift up and out. So I've never taken one of these apart before on the PlayStation 5 Pro. I'm going to take this apart and check out the inside. I do have to say, if you have a faulty power supply, just replace it. Don't take it apart. This is just for entertainment purposes only, to see what's going on the inside. These can hold a charge for a long period of time, even after they were plugged in, and can shock you quite a bit. So I always recommend to just not mess with them. And this is the power supply on the inside. First thing I'm going to do is check the fuse. Fuse is good. That's one of the easiest fixes for these. Just kind of looking around to see if there's anything else obvious that could be causing a problem. And I don't see anything. These chips right here are some of the control chips. There's this one up here. And I don't see anything obvious going on there. There are some people who are really good at diagnosing these. I'm not one of them. I usually do just the basic checks, and I don't see anything wrong with the basic checks. So I'm actually just going to replace this as a unit and see if that'll get this thing working. Now before we replace the power supply, we should do one test. I have the motherboard unplugged. Let's see if it's putting out 12 volts with the motherboard not in the system. And we have 12 volts. Okay, so next we need to check the motherboard and see if there's something going on there. Now it is possible the power supply is still bad. Sometimes they are bad just under load, like when the console turns on, then they will not work, but that's pretty unlikely. So let's check out this motherboard. So down here is where the power supply plugs into the board. So the first thing we're going to do is just see if we have a short on the main power connectors for the board. And we do. That is 2 ohms. So that's a problem. Basically, the power and ground pins are shorted together. Now, I've already checked some of this, and I've already found a couple shorts. So on these capacitors, they're shorted. These capacitors are also shorted. And this is also shorted up here. And when we turn the console over, we also have a short right here. One of two things is likely happening. One is one of these MOSFETs or capacitors is shorted, or it could be one of these guys up here. The other side of the board has all the power MOSFETs for the APU, so it could be any of those things. It also could be a shorted APU. If that's shorted, then this console is not something that I'm going to be able to fix, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's start testing around here. I'm actually going to take off this coil and this coil and see if that makes the shorts go away. That will tell us whether it is over here or whether it is over here. And actually, before we do that, let's inject some voltage into this thing and see if that shows any hot spots. That'll tell us real quick if one of these capacitors is shorted. Okay, now I'm going to put power to the board. Watch this area right here. See if we can see what I see. See that right there? Starts warming up. Like that. Let's put the board over and see if we can get it even brighter on the other side. And here we go. Injecting some voltage on the power pin. Yep, there we go. We got a hot spot right here. So I think what I'm going to do is remove this MOSFET, see if that short goes away. And then if so, then we'll just replace it. We're going to be using a hot air soldering station to remove this chip. This gets hot enough to melt the solder. So I'll heat it up like this and then just use my tweezers to pull it off the board. Now it is possible that some of the components around this are shorted, like it could be the capacitors or any of these other little components. It's just more likely to be this chip. chip doesn't end up being the problem, then we'll sort it out from there. The temperature on my hot air is 1100, and airspeed, I think, is right in the middle, about a 3. There we go. There we go. With that MOSFET removed, let's see if we still have a short. We do not. That's what a normal reading looks like. Okay, so we should just be able to replace this MOSFET, and we should be good to go. Unfortunately, you can't just go out and buy those. That's probably like a $2, maybe a $5 part, but Sony doesn't make those available to anyone to buy. Since PlayStation 5 Pros are so new, there's not a lot of parts floating around yet for them from third parties. So I actually have to go get a known working good PlayStation 5 Pro to steal the part off of so we can put it on this and see if we can get it working. If manufacturers actually cared about making their devices repairable, I could just log onto their website, buy the part I need, and then get them fixing. But until they're forced to do that, I'm afraid they're probably not going to. Let's get this replaced and see if that's all it takes to fix it. Okay, that chip is replaced. Let's see if our short is still gone. Come on. Alright, looking good. Let's check these capacitors. Good. Good. Let's check this one over here. Okay, so this, one of the things about these is this is a low impedance circuit. So it's going to sound like it has a short if you go just by the sound. But if we look at one side, we've got 13 ohms. The other side, we've got 1.9 ohms. So that actually is a normal reading. So I think maybe this is fixed. Let's put it back together and find out. Oh, and I don't want you to think I forgot the HDMI port. I actually bent this metal back to almost perfect. This still probably should be replaced, but I think it might actually work as is. Rather than replacing it in this video, you've seen me do that a whole bunch on this channel. I'm going to put this back together and see if it'll work just like it is. I also did replace this thermal putty that goes on top of these. This is very important. That helps keep all of these cool and helps prevent them from burning out like this one did. Hopefully we won't have any more problems with that, but honestly it seems like these MOSFETs on PlayStation 5 just, I don't know, maybe they're just not as strong as they should be. I'm not really sure, but we're doing the best we can to keep it cool. Now first I want to redistribute this liquid metal, make sure it is where it needs to be. Like to kind of hang out on the side of the chip over there, or the side of the heat sink. And over here,
okay.
let's get this board back in. And help it start the feedback. Okay, all back together. Let's see if it'll power on, and then it'll show up on the screen. We have power. Black screen. Come on. Okay, it's restarting. I'm super happy we have power though. That's we have display. Let's make sure it gets set up. Preparing. We have now fixed the very first PlayStation 5 Pro console that I found on eBay, and the great thing is I only paid $299 for it. Now the part for fixing this would only cost about $5 or so if it was available. Sony chooses to not make it available, so for most people, this will just get thrown in the trash. That's why right to repair is so important. About a year ago, I also bought the very first broken PS5 Slim. I'll put
Chill, go, go, chill, go.
And see what was wrong with that and if I can fix it. Thanks
Go.
so much for watching today, and I hope you have a good one. Asus refused to fix this ROG Ally, claiming that it had liquid damage. The seller that sent this to me said that there was never any liquid damage, but he did try to make a few repairs himself that didn't end up working out, which is why he sent it to Asus. In this video, I'm going to take this apart, see if there's any liquid damage, and see if we can fix it. The viewer that sent this to me said he tried to fix his micro SD card. He
tried to reflow the components by applying solder paste flux and heating it up. He then proceeded to close everything up and turn it on. He said that did actually work, but then he restarted the device and it never came to life again. Asus said they wouldn't fix it for warranty, but they would fix it for $867. I'm curious to see if there's any evidence of any sort of liquid damage once we get this opened up. I don't see any evidence of liquid damage yet. I can't see it. Instead of taking it apart already, but I want to check and see if it's charged with an SSD installed. There's not currently one there, so I don't think that matters. I don't think that was charging, but just to be sure.
So hard to cut with one hand. Need to put a small pair of scissors in that bag.
Allies, you have to cover this sensor right here, the light sensor, and that tells the system whether the back cover's on or not. So if you cover this, none of it covers on.
Hey, put that back!
Charge light. Good.
Put that back! No!
No lights, no nothing.
Down in! Down in! Don't touch! Yeah?
It's like the battery.
Here, go play.
Okay, so let's take this apart further, see what's going on this board, or I mean, it could be just a battery issue. I don't know. Let's take it apart
hold
so
on
we
to
can get this
this.
thing out.
2 seconds.
And the battery out, still no clues. Get this SSD back out, get the thumbsticks and the boards off, fans out, and then we'll see if we can see anything from there. Okay, one thumbstick module is out. I gotta say, the seller of this seemed to do a pretty good job overall. I mean, other than the fact that, you know, it's not working. But what I mean by that is there's not a bunch of broken ribbon cables or missing screws or anything like that. So, really not too bad overall. This ribbon cable was unplugged from the board down here, so I need to make sure I plug that in. Speaking of the seller did a really good job. Actually, I mean, it's possible I just pulled it out when I was pulling that thumbstick out. Okay, there we go.
Really? It won't stick to fabric.
Okay. So far, everything is looking just fine. I don't see any evidence of any sort of liquid damage. This is the SD card
just
slot,
won't
so I'm
let
guessing
go of my
maybe
skin.
the other side might show us something.
Let go of my skin.
Okay, now we need to unplug everything. Power button. I'd forgotten to plug that in before. Okay, how we looking? Okay, that seems pretty good. And it's coming out. Okay, there we go. Alright, now let's see what we got for liquid damage. So right down here is the SD card area. This whole area, and I can definitely see some kind of residue on this chip. But other than that, like, there's just nothing. I don't see any, like, liquid damage indicators or anything on this board. So as far as I can tell, the only reason they would say that there's liquid damage on this board is because there's a little bit of residue on this chip. So let's get under a microscope and take a closer look at this. Okay, so this is the SD card slot right here, and this is the back side of it. So this is
Another
why they
white
were
one will
saying
be squared up
it's liquid damaged. While I
into
can
a
say
section.
that there's little bits of what looks
folded.
like probably flux residue, there's
And it'll just go
absolutely
there.
no corrosion or anything like that on this board. So for them to say it's liquid damage, I'm just not sure I'm on board with that. Now it is true that the person I bought this from did mess with this. He said he heated it up to reflow these components, and that actually got the SD card working, at least for a while. So, I mean, technically he did mess with the inside of it, but at the same time, I can't say that I would say this is liquid damaged. I could say there has been some liquid on the board, meaning flux, which is kind of like meant to be on boards. I mean, at least enough to do, you know, soldering and stuff like that. Normally you clean flux off, but it also usually doesn't do any damage for it to be there. So Tell me what you think in the comments if Asus should have denied him a warranty on this, or whether you think they should have went ahead and fixed it. Now that we've explored that a little bit, we've got to figure out why this thing isn't working. One of the things I noticed is there's this random capacitor that's like
Relax, babe.
off center. Oh, that's like broken off. Okay. Well, I mean, that could be a problem.
Parker thinks I'm talking to him when I say relax, babe.
Definitely be an issue. So the problem is that that pad probably under there is probably torn. That being said, we need to explore that. I'm going to get a soldering iron and see if we can just re-solder this guy. So I'm going to come in just a little bit of flux. That's just going to help the solder flow. I've got our fume extractor turned on. Our iron is nice and warm. Let's see if this thing will solder. So if that pad is torn, there's a good chance this isn't going to solder down correctly. Also, how did this happen? That's what I want to know. I feel like, I mean, obviously something broke it off, but that's kind of strange. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, that capacitor
Screws to make
seems
his
to have a broken pad on one side.
that position.
So first thing we're going to
Because I
do
like
is
that
remove
position
it.
right there.
Try to remove it without breaking the other side pad. Yeah, let's get some flux.
That's
on
going to
that
be
thing.
sick.
Enough flux on one side, but not really the other side. Not there. Close enough. Alright. Now we should be able to desolder this side. Like that. Okay, now we can see what we're working with.
Okay, you want to go upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Let's work on those. I don't really care what's on here. We're going to watch Tronics fix.
Yeah, let's try and put some solder on that. See if it'll stick. Solder sticks. Alright. Let's try and re-stick this capacitor back on here. Yeah, see, there's something going on with this thing. Refuse to stick down. Oh. Actually, okay, let me try my larger iron. Maybe I can get... Maybe if we bring a little bit more heat in here, that'll work. Nope. Okay, so we've got to figure out what's going on with this board and why nothing's sticking. Flux in. Okay, that seems to be working fine now. Also, we gotta get the solder off of these pads that accidentally soldered together. Let's get some solder wick on here. See if we can wick enough of that up to get it out of there. There we go. Okay. Now back to our original project. Let's see, it looks like we've got solder sticking there. When I go to put the capacitor on, it doesn't like it. Could just have a broken capacitor too. That is always possible. Ah, got it. Okay, that took a while. Let's make sure that's nice and strong. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Not sure why that took so long. It just didn't want to stay on there, but sometimes that's just how it is, so. I checked the capacitor to make sure it wasn't broken. I checked the pads to make sure they were good. That's why I knew it was just a matter of time and trying to get that thing on there correctly. Now, is that the only problem with this motherboard? That's what we gotta figure out. Let's take a look at the rest of it it and see if we can find anything else wrong. Okay, on the screen now is a major problem. I'm going to give you a second to see if you can find it. It is right here. We've got a completely blown capacitor. Blew out the side right there. Maybe more, but for sure this one. That tells me that there was probably a lot of voltage that went through this, which tells me that somebody who took it apart probably bridged 2 points that weren't supposed to be bridged and caused a voltage spike that blew out this capacitor. Now, it is possible that that capacitor is the only problem on this board, but it is also possible that voltage went through this capacitor and into other chips on this board. And if that's the case, this board might be toast. But I think what we should do first is replace this capacitor and see if that takes care of the shorts. So what I'm going to do is remove this capacitor, then I'm going to get a capacitor from a known good board. Now, before we solder on a new capacitor, let's see if our short is gone. If the short is gone, there will be no beep. If we hear a beep, that means the short is still there. Okay. That's great news. So let's install a known good capacitor. And with that capacitor replaced, let's see what happens. And we put our probes on here and see if it's shorted. 320 ohms on one side, and 1 ohm on the other side. That's about what it should be. So I feel like I don't see any other problems on this board, so I think now is the time to put this back into the handheld and see if that's all it takes to fix this board. Okay, now we just got to get this motherboard fitted in here. All this where it needs to go. All the way down the slots. This ribbon cable needs to be. What are we doing here? There's a little bit of damage on the cable. I don't think it's enough to cause a problem. Okay, I'm gonna plug the power button in before I do anything else. I forgot that before and it really threw me off. Okay. Get a few screws in. Alright, now we need to make sure all the buttons and everything are lined up. Clicky. Yep, okay, everything's good. Now we just got to get the rest of these ribbon cables in and screws in, and then we can put the thumbsticks in, the fan and heat sinks, and the battery. Okay, so we've got this all back together. The next move is to reconnect the battery and hopefully nothing explodes. Here we go. Battery plugged in. Okay. No smoke, don't see any problems there. Alright, let's give it a test. Okay, my finger is over the optical sensor. Plug it in. Oh, we got a charge light. That is great news. So I'm going to let this thing charge for a little bit. I'm going to get the back cover on, and then we'll test it after it's fully charged. But first, let's just try to press the power button again and see what happens. It just turned on. Okay, I'm still going to get this fully charged. I'll put the back cover on, and then we'll test it again and make sure it all works. I can't believe that just turned on. Back cover on. Yep. Now this didn't come with the original SSD. I'm using a replacement, so I don't know. I might have to install some software onto this. Okay, and we are in recovery mode. Okay, I'm going to get the software loaded on and then we'll start it up again and see what happens. Right, and we're almost done downloading, just a little bit more, and then we should be able to start this thing up. And there we go, Windows is installed, and this ROG Ally is now fully working. Let me know in the comments if you think ASUS should have taken this in for a free warranty repair, or whether you think they did the right thing by declining it. If you like this type of video, you'll probably like the video where I bought 8 broken handheld PCs to see if I can fix those. I'll put a link for that video up on your screen now, so you can come hang out with me over there and see if I can fix them. Thanks so much for watching today, and I hope you have a good one. I
I paid $300 for this ROG Ally X from a viewer named Cameron. Cameron said he just recently got it this summer. He noticed the volume button was stuck down, was hoping to quickly tear it down to spray some BW100 in the volume button, but unfortunately, he broke the battery connector. So in this video, we're going to open this thing up and see if we can fix it. Now, as Cameron says here, one of the cool things about ASUS is you can actually buy the connector right from their parts website. Now, I did buy the connector from there, but unfortunately it hasn't been sent yet, and I'm ready to get on with this video. So, I'm going to see if I can take this battery connector from this ROG Ally and use it on the board for the Ally X. But first, we need to get this Ally X apart and see what that connector looks like. And also what the board looks like and if it looks fixable. I think we just have these 6 screws to remove. Should come apart. Alright, and then we're gonna do some prying on this shell. Okay. Just have this one cable. We need to not mess up. There we go. And now the back cover is off. Okay, what do we have? Yeah, I can already see right in there. That's where the battery connector's been torn off. Now, I don't think the seller included the old battery connector, but we need to get down to this board, so I'm going to remove this battery and probably need to remove the SSD, probably the fan as well. Now, since I have not done very many of these, I am going to go ahead and mark these screws because these are case screws that go down here. So I want to make sure to not put a screw back in there. Although I can remember pretty well just to not put screws in the bottom, but I'm just marking them anyway. Okay, battery is removed. Now also I want to check this battery connector, and it looks fine. The seller did smartly wrap some Kapton tape around that, so it didn't actually accidentally connect to anything. That all looks good. Okay, so let's remove this fan and the SSD. There we go. Now I've got one more screw for the fan, it looks like, then some adhesive on the top here. Okay, there we go. And I do need to remove the fan from this connector right here. Use a pair of very sharp needle nose prop pliers. If you decide to do it this way, be very careful. It's really easy to break stuff. And there we go. Okay, now I think to really see what's going on here, let's get under the microscope so we can get a really good view of it. So here we have all the pads that have been torn off along with the connector. We have one pad that is still intact. These two up here are the mounting pads, which need to be rebuilt. And then we've got this one going to this pad, this little trace going to this pad, this bigger one going over to this pad, and then we've got this one going to this pad. This is the ground plane, this is the positive plane. I think what I'll do is move the connector over this way slightly, so I'll grind off an area here to mount it to, and then try and grind off an area here as well. I'm not sure what is under this solder mask, but it should be a ground plane. I can't quite tell if it is though. It looks like maybe there's a little circuit trace connecting to the ground plane right here, but I can't quite tell. So I'm going to try and do that first, see if we can get a nice solid mount, and then I'll probably use some super glue and glue it down. And then what we need to do is run a wire from here. I'm actually going to run it down here and then to the back of the connector, and then down here and to the back right here, down here to the back right here, and then a wire from this pin over to this area. So the next thing I'm going to do is grind off all the areas that I need to grind off, and then I will remove the connector from the donor board, and then we will install it onto this board. I'm actually going to grind off this area first and see if there's anything to solder a mounting pin to, and if not, then I will have to rebuild kind of a place for that pin to mount to, although I also may just use some epoxy and epoxy it down. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. There is nothing there. So, given that there's nothing on either side of this to do any soldering to, I think what I'm going to do is make sure there's a strong solder joint here, and then I'll use some epoxy or CA glue to glue this side down. I'm going to grind off an area over here so we have a place to solder to. So this is the donor board. I do need to remove this whole board because we need to heat from the bottom side of this board to get this connector off safely. But also I need to see what's on the bottom side and see if we can even do that. I think we can, but I'm not totally sure. So I'm just gonna keep taking this thing apart and get this board out, and then we'll know what we can do. And there we go. Now the connector's right here, so we need to heat right here. We do have a bunch of components here, but the heat shouldn't matter to those at all, and we just need to heat it enough to remove this connector. So I have marked out the area that I need to heat, so I'm going to heat right in this area. I'm going to use my tweezers to pull from the underside just very gently, and as I heat, eventually that connector will just fall off. You know, hopefully. I'm going to speed this up. It's going to be kind of boring to watch because you won't be able to see the connector fall off, but I'll at least show a little bit of it here. Got it. And just for reference, that took about 4 minutes of time. So this is how a board should look when you remove the battery connector. You can see that all of the pads are intact. Nothing's been torn from the board. Now that we've harvested that part, let's get this board out of the way and install that connector onto this board. So this is the connector that we harvested. And the first thing I want to do is reflow all these little pins that will remove the solder that's currently on it, at least most of it, and also make sure all the pins are laying nice and flat. Since we need this to fit nice and flush on the board that I'm installing it onto, we need to make sure that there's no bulges holding up the connector. So that pin looks good. Yep, that pin looks good. And we just got to do the same thing for all of these pins. There we go. Oop. Now you can see it. So that's what we want it to look like. Alright, so my plan here is to tin this pad. So I'm going to add some flux and some solder. Once I tin that, I'm going to bring the connector in and solder that one pin down. Then we'll use CA glue to glue the rest of it down, and then we'll do all the work for restoring the traces. So here's a little bit of flux. And I'll just bring in some solder on my large iron. Solder that down. Also going to touch this. Make sure we don't have much of solder on that. Now it actually looks like there's quite a bit of solder on that, so I'm going to bring my iron in and remove a little bit of that. Alright, now we can bring in our connector. And we need to be just about right there. Okay, so that's done. Now to join these two pieces together, I'm going to try a little bit of an experiment. I'm going to use some CA glue accelerator out of this little tube right here. There we go. And then I'm going to come in the actual CA glue. Unfortunately, I didn't get the shot of applying the super glue because my card ran out of memory, but this is the little dab of super glue right here, and it is very hard. So the super glue accelerator worked really well, and this is on here really solidly. Now I will reinforce this once we're done with actually fixing these circuit traces right here, but I'm going to call this good for now. Once I get the wires on, I'll probably put conformal coating all around those as well. So now that we have that done, it's time to actually do the trace repairs. I first need to burn off the conformal coating on the very end of this wire. I don't know why I said conformal coating, that's not what it is. Once the coating is burned off, I will add a little bit of solder to the end of the wire. Then we'll come over here and add some flux. Now we should be able to solder our wire on right there. Okay, and there we go. And now we'll do this wire and this wire. So I'll readjust the view here and then come back and get those wired in. So this pin, we connect here and then right here. Okay, and then we just need to connect it right there. Great connection, if I do say so myself. Alright, there we go. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, now I need to carefully grind away some of the red solder mask. And then some of this solder mask right over here. This is for the power plane. Now with that done, we can add some flux. I'm going to come through and tin those up. By that I mean just adding some solder there. This is going to make this all easier to solder the wires on. Now we'll do our iron work. Okay, trimmed up the wires pretty good. I'm going to try and get a bunch of the flux off with my cotton swab. Won't be able to get it all, but I'll still get some of it. Okay, we've got it all clean. Now I'm going to reinforce everything with more CA glue, and then I will add conformal coating that will protect the wires and the circuits. And then, after that's all done, we can finally put this thing back together and see if it's going to work. Okay, all glued down. Now time for the conformal coating. I like using this really thin stuff because that will help to flow under the connector. And it is handy that it's red, because it will just match the board on this. Putting plenty of it on here to make sure we've got a lot of good protection there for those wires. Okay, there we go. Now we just gotta let that dry and retest it. Now while we're waiting for that to dry, let's look at the original problem that the seller of this ROG Ally was having. So here's the volume button. This is one side, and you can see this little button right here that's attached to the board. This pin touches on it and pushes it down, just like that. The other side, you can see there's this gap there. So pushing on the outer button doesn't actually do anything with this inner button, because the inner button seems, yeah, it's stuck. Okay, now it's sort of okay, but it keeps getting stuck down. So I'm actually going to use a little bit of VW100. That should clean it up. Let's see if that'll just loosen that up so it works appropriately. So here we go with VW100. There we go. Just kind of working that in there really well, as good as I can. Okay, that is actually working just as well as the other side now. Now there could have been just some gunk or something that got in there and caused it to kind of get stuck down in there. Maybe something, you know, something got between this button and the case and flowed down in there. Maybe some soda or something and just made it a little bit sticky. Either way, that is working great. All right, with that being fixed, let's get this thing back together and see if all this work made this thing work. So getting this thing back together, let's get the fan installed. So this is just going to go in like that. There we go. We make sure that it is fully seated down right here to make sure we're not getting a bunch of airflow loss through here. Now the test to see if the battery will, first of all, fit on there and then plug in correctly. Maybe should have left that fan off to do that. I don't want it to be all awkward trying to fit it on there because I want to make sure that I have plenty of room to get it on there okay. No, it's going to work. Okay, the connector and the locking tab is all the way back. Hook it on. Oh yeah. Easy. Oh. There we go. Okay, good. The lock goes in. Like that. Okay. And we're good. Okay. I feel like this, I don't know where that goes. Just like that, I Okay, that all looks good. Ah! Should probably install the SSD, huh? Might need that. Man, you just got that all snapped down. That's the hardest part of putting this thing back together. Let's move this over to the side. Undo the SSD screw. Install the SSD. I'm assuming the battery goes over that. Battery cable, that's awkward. Come on. Come on. There we go. Alright, now with that connected, we can put the screw in. Holds it down. There we go. Alright. Now we can put that cover on. Snapping it down again. Okay, it's all done. Let's plug it in. Do you think it's gonna work? I really hope so. That was a lot of work. That took a long time. Okay, here we go. Plugging in the charge cable. No lights. Oh, charge light. Yes, that's good, but will it turn on? Oh, good news! Yeah, it will. So this ROG Ally X is totally fixed. I love the fact that ASUS provides parts for their devices that makes them so much more repairable. Obviously, I've got a little more testing to do on this, but so far this is working great. And Cameron, thanks for reaching out to sell me this device. If you want to see a video where I try and fix 8 broken handheld PCs of all various manufacturers, I'll put a link for that video up on your screen now, so come hang out with me over there and see if I can fix them. Thanks so much for watching today, and I hope you have a good one. The special edition console inside this box sat for over 20 years in a shed. The viewer that sent it in said that his parents grounded him, took the console away, and they never technically ungrounded him. He eventually found it in the shed, sent it to a repair shop, and the repair shop broke it even worse. So today I'm going to open it up and see what's wrong and see if we can save it. So here we have the Pokemon Pikachu N64. I have fixed one of these in a video a long time ago, and I have to say, I love this special edition. It looks like the buttons and stuff work. This looks like a replacement memory expansion cover. We do have a memory expansion inside there. Got some scuffs, scratches, kind of the typical stuff. Now, they did also send the controller. It is in sort of rough shape. Definitely the analog stick is not looking great. And really, this cord is not in good condition. So if we have time at the end, see if we can do anything about this controller. Now, along with this console, they sent these. These are apparently 2 capacitors that this repair shop broke off of the board when they were trying to fix it. I'm not sure what kind of repair shop did this, but probably not a very good kind. Okay, let's get this thing opened up and see what's going on the inside. And we actually are starting out okay. At least the repair shop included all of the screws. They're not stripped out, not missing any, so that's not too bad at least. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and we just got this little connector right here. There we go. Don't think I see any problems up here. That's good news. Okay, and it looks like we do have all of these screws as well. That's also good news. We'll switch over to a PH1 for this part. Alright, and with all of those screws loose, we can remove this whole piece just like that. Maybe loosen one of the screws a little too much. Yeah, we're missing a capacitor there, I see a trace that looks like it's not great. Ah, boy. Well, I need to get this whole thing out so I can take a look at the bottom side too. Alright, now let's have a look at the bottom side. Bottom side looks pretty good. Actually, I don't see any problems at all with the bottom side. Okay, that's great news. Let's get under a microscope and see what kind of damage we're dealing with here on these pads and this circuit tracer here that looks torn off. Okay, these look fine, so no worries there. And I don't see any others other than on the other side of the board here that look bad. or like they were replaced and they failed, or tried to be replaced and they failed, except for this one right here. You can see they tried to remove some of the solder here and clearly failed. Also is a little loose there, not necessarily a problem. Okay, so yeah, here we go. We've got a torn trace right here. So that was meant to go to this pad right here, and then we have this pad here that looks fine. Okay, so this isn't too bad. Not ideal, but I think we can make this work. So the thing with this console, the seller said that it would turn on but had no audio or visual. And a lot of times that's just a matter of this big connector right here. And it looks to me like it has not been cleaned, so this repair shop might have just went straight for replacing capacitors when it might be just this slot. But we have to get these capacitors replaced first, so let's do that, and then we'll get to cleaning that slot. So I'm going to add some solder and tin these pins up. The reason I'm doing this is just because then when I go to solder this onto the board, it's going to be much easier to do because that solder really wants to stick to more solder. And now I'm going to remove a bunch of this solder. There we go, that's about the right amount. I'm going to come in and solder this part right down here. And then we'll solder this part right to there. Okay, that is good. Now we'll do the same thing over here. Tin these pads up. There's a more appropriate amount of solder on those ones at least. Alright, so now that the solder work is done, I'm going to clean up those areas and then we'll get these capacitors secured onto the board. Okay, I'm going to come in with some CA glue. I'm not actually going to do like a ton on here because this does need to be able to get this back off again. So we want enough to secure to the board, but not so much that someone couldn't get it off again. Now we use a little bit of accelerator. So those are going to harden as we go along here. Let's remove this and then get this slot cleaned. Alright, I just want to show you this capacitor, how it's just on there nice and solid. Same with this one. I've got a little wiggle to it, but not bad at all. This one has basically none. Might have gotten a little too much super glue in there, but that's better than the thing falling off, you know, while someone's trying to use it. So, alright, let's move on to this game slot. Let's see if they bothered to clean it. I mean, I've seen worse, but it is definitely dirty. And honestly, this is probably the source of the problems with this N64 not showing visuals or audio, as that's usually the case with this type of problem. I'm just going to use some isopropyl alcohol and a toothbrush. Just clean this all up. While we're here, let's clean the memory slot as well. Okay, and the other thing is we need to make sure these pins are nice and clean. Really don't look too bad. The main thing was on the board over here. It didn't look great, but I think we got that taken care of. Okay, we got a little bit of staining on the board. That's no big deal. And these pins all look to be soldered on pretty well. Got some green gunk here and down in here. That could definitely be a problem. These pins look pretty well, pretty good too. This looks like maybe someone did do some work on this. This pin's got a big old mountain of solder on top of it. So let's just fix that little problem. That alone could be enough to cause that type of problem if it was touching any part of this that grounded it out. I don't know that it would have, And it could have, though. So all I'm going to do, grab my soldering iron, touch that, and there we go. Now I am going to put this on here, kind of push up and down a couple times, just to make sure we got good connections here between the inside pins and the pins on this connector itself. So usually, that's all we need to do to clean this. I think it's time to get this thing back together enough to test and see if we fixed it. First thing I want to do is make sure this power supply is working. So, the cool thing about these power supplies, this is an aftermarket one, but the original ones have this too. They give you a little diagram of which pins are what. So, these three in an L shape are negative. The two on the top over here are 3.3. The bottom left is 12 volts. So, put our negative probe onto a ground pin. And then we'll check the 3.3 volt pin. And we got it. And the 12 volt. And we got it. So we know this power supply is good. Now one of the things that happened when I was plugging this into my TV is this red connector right here, this middle piece just came off. So that definitely could be part of their problem. I don't know for sure if that was the cable they were using when they plugged it into their TV, but that is the one they sent. So, okay, here we go. Let's plug in the power supply. Plugged in, game in, game is in. Now let's turn it on and see what happens on the TV. On, and I don't see any signal on. Oh, well, part of the reason is that the TV's not plugged in. There we go. Okay, let's try this again when we plug the AV cable in. There we go. Now let's see what happens. Alright, and same thing. And we do have power, but Pikachu's lights are flashing. Not totally sure what that means. Yep, still nothing. Okay, so we do have this thing powering on, but we're getting nothing to the TV. So no matter what we do, we just get flashing red light. All right, let's get this thing unplugged and figure out why it's just giving us a flashing red light. So I wanted to take a look at all of these connectors, because these are the most common problems when we're having this type of problem. This one looks good. Let me shine a light down there. Those look nice and clean. And nice and clean all the way down to the bottom. Now I also did check all of these connections here and here on all of the chips. All the soldering is good. We've already looked at capacitors. It is possible one of these capacitors is bad, but without them being bulged or anything, I just don't find that super likely. I did check the power switch. I cleaned it with BW100. I don't think that's the issue. It is possible, but since it seems to be powering on normally, I just don't think that's it. So that leaves us with the game slot. Let's check down in here with the light and just make sure there's no gunk stuck down in there. Okay, all good so far there. Get a better angle here. Oh. Oh, gross. Okay, we gotta fix that problem. I don't know if that's enough to cause a problem, but that's disgusting. So let's pull this back off. And, yeah, that is totally plugged up with gunk. That's crazy. I can't believe I didn't notice that. Yeah, that's like hard gunk. It won't come out. Alright, I don't know what that is, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty disgusting. Okay. That is looking way better. Who wants to take a guess at what that is? Certainly not me. Alright, I'm going to finish doing a little more cleanup on this and then we'll install it and see if that's all it takes to fix this thing. Now after looking this connector more, even after I cleaned it, if we can get the right angle, you can see there's actually a significant amount of corroded pins down there. So I'm not real comfortable installing this one back into the system. And the problem is you can't really get down there to clean those. You can maybe try like boiling it or something, but that corrosion is just gonna be really hard to get out. And even if you do, there still could be broken pins down there. And as far as I know, there might be a way to replace them, but I'm not totally sure on this connector. The easiest thing to do here, and the most effective, is just gonna be to replace it. So I'm gonna get this game slot replaced, then we'll start it up and test it again. I should have known when I saw some of these pins had a little bit of solder on them that somebody tried to repair this thing, and they obviously didn't do the most important part, which was cleaning the connector. So I've got a replacement connector. The nice thing is these are super easy to replace. You just push down on there and that's it, it's replaced. So, alright, now let's get this thing back together so we can test it. And with all those screws in, we can turn it over, AV cable, and game in. Okay, after all that work, is this gonna turn on? We got lights. And it does turn on. And we also get sound. But not too much, so Nintendo doesn't copyright strike me. Okay, so the main problem with this, other than the capacitors, which obviously was the main problem when I got it, but when the other repair shop got it, the main problem could have just been this game slot. It's always better to check the easy stuff first. I did want to do one more thing. Let's replace this analog stick. We also need to clean this game. This is the game that he sent with it. This is my test game, so we know the test game works. But this game, the pins look pretty nasty. So I want to clean this up before we send it back as well. But first things first, let's get this controller apart. Now the cable is not great on this controller, and I thought about replacing it, but I don't have a cable that has the same dark blue end. So this one has this dark blue end that matches the blue of the console, and I don't have another one of those. So I'm not going to replace it, because obviously that needs to match. But we'll get the rest of this thing all fixed up, so it is ready to go. And there we go. Okay, now this is the module we need to get to. So we'll remove this part first. There we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that thing is just really flopping around in there. Now with that out, we can get the whole thing off of there. Okay, let's remove this black screw. I've only done like only one of these. So, I'm no expert here, but I don't think you need to be in order to do this. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, this is just all worn out plastic inside here. I think what we need to do here is turn this way, and I think yep, that comes off. So we need to keep that spring and that piece. That. Oh yeah, that comes through. Okay, good. So first things first, let's give this a little bit of a cleaning. We're just gonna do a rebuild on this. It is pretty easy to find whole analog sticks for this, just the whole assembly. But also, it's fun to rebuild stuff like this. So that's what I'm gonna do here. So new thumbstick. Cap, like that. Now the spring. Now we have a new piece for here. I don't remember how that piece went on here. I think like this. I think that's how it's supposed to be. Oh man, I probably should have taken some pictures here. Now next. Alright, so that piece goes like that. So we're going to remove this. Some tweezers. comes out like that, and this comes out like this. Okay, clean this all up inside. Now we need to fix this part. The kit I got is not coming with gears, so we will have to reuse these gears. I think we just pull here, and they slide up. I think. Maybe? Yeah. There we go. Okay, there's one. Now the same way here. So then that goes back in here. This guy goes down here. This guy goes right here. Okay. So theoretically, this is ready to go. I think. Totally figured out the problem. This one, the bigger bulb at the bottom, goes over here. This one, the smaller one, goes over here. Get in there. There we go. Okay. Okay, now I got it. The bottom one goes over here, the top one connects over there. So we should be good now. This should just plug right in. Let's, except for, it's gotta be the opposite way. Okay. This goes over here, like that. Now, this should all snap together. Wow, just like that. That is super easy if you do it right. Alright, so, now we just get this thing plugged back in. Get this controller together. And hopefully this thing's gonna work. And with all those screws in, and the memory pack installed, we've got one more thing to do. That's clean up these game pins. So we just got a couple screws, and we can open this up and remove 2 more screws. Alright. There we go. Not too bad, but they definitely need some work, so let's get that done right now. First, I'm going to come in with some isopropyl alcohol. That will clean all the gum cough. And then the other side. And now we're going to remove any oxidation on the pins and hopefully improve the connection. I'm going to rub it on the pins pretty liberally and come through with a clean cotton swab. And we'll wipe most of it up, but there'll still be kind of a thin film on there. And that will help to keep that connection good over the long term. There we go. Now this game should start up easily. First try. Okay, we've got everything all hooked up. Let's see if it turns on. God, no. I don't know if I had the game all the way down. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Just didn't have the game all the way pushed down. Let's see if the controller works. Press A. No available game files. Okay, that's fine. I think we did verify that the controller actually does work, so that's amazing. It's obviously not fully tested, but I will leave that up to the viewer who sent this in. I rarely take viewer repairs, but every once in a while I do, especially if it's a unique item or something with a really crazy story. So if you think you have that, feel free to contact us on our website. I'll put a link for that right in the description. Also, if you want to see the first time I fixed one of these Pikachu Edition N64s, I'll put a link for that video up on your screen now. Thanks so much for watching today, and I hope you have a good one. One of my viewers found this PlayStation and this Sega Genesis at the city dump, so we sent them to me to see if I could fix them. This video is sponsored by iFixit. More on them in a minute. The viewer sent along this letter that says, "To my wife's mild annoyance, I always look over the electronics pile at my city dump. I was amazed when I saw these just sitting on top of the e-waste pile, less so when I didn't see any cords or controllers. They are exactly how I found them. It had not rained in a few days, and I don't think they had been outside for more than a few hours. I hope the inside is cleaner than the outside." Well, the outside is definitely dirty. This one has a button that doesn't even move, so I think we got our work cut out for us. Let's start up the PlayStation first to see if it even turns on. But before we do that, we gotta clean it up a little because this thing's disgusting. I'm going to start with some multi-surface disinfectant just to make sure we get this thing nice and clean and disinfected. Who knows what all this stuff is. Now this thing has been sitting around in my office for a while, so I don't expect there to be anything too nasty, any germs that are still alive, but we still want it to look better as we're working on it. So I do want to go around the front too and the sides real quick. Oh yeah, look at this. Who wants to guess what that is? It's chocolate. I'm sure it's chocolate.
Let's clean up
that's
the
not
PlayStation.
perfect, but it's certainly better than it was, and now it's at least
PlayStation's
disinfected.
easy.
Alright, I'll plug in. Let's see what happens when we press the power button.
It's either works or it don't.
We get a green light. Good. What do we have on the screen? Okay. It's starting up. Let's try this. We're going to go with Spyro, Year of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Never played this game before. Okay, here we go. Here, it's sort of spinning up. Okay. Is it going to start up for us? So it's just kind of stuck on the startup screen. I think we definitely have a problem with the laser on this one. Let's get this thing opened up and inspected. One of the things I love about these older consoles is we've just got 6 screws, and that's it to open this thing up. Alright, now we should be able to open this thing up. I keep hearing things rattling around in here, so I don't know what that's about. This top piece actually looks pretty good and actually really clean. So that's good news. Alright, the inside is pretty dirty. Got a
There we go.
dust and
Got all my pictures hung up.
exoskeleton bunny over here. Now this power supply is live. I just had it turned on, so you've got to be super careful here. Don't mess with these if you're trying this yourself. Unless you're very experienced, you can get a very large shock with these. So just don't mess with them. So I think the first thing I'm going to do here is remove this plate and just give the board a good inspection and cleaning. And then we'll get to actually checking out the laser. And with the power supply removed, there's this little black piece right here. That's what was causing the rattling around. So let's get that out of here. Alright, now let's remove the laser, and then I think after this metal plate can come off. I've only fixed, like, I think one of these in my entire life, so I'm definitely not an expert on how these things come apart. That looks pretty good so far. Alright, now a few more screws and we can get this plate off and inspect this board. Those screws out, I think we can remove this guy. Okay, and everything is looking pretty good. I don't see any issues on this board. All these capacitors look good. None of them are leaking or anything like that. So we're all good there. Let's get all this dust out next. Now while I'm here, I'm going to clean this button out. Now this is the switch. This is the switch that tells the console when the lid is up or when it's down. Use some BW100 and just really clean that out in there. One more time. That should get it nice and clean inside. And we definitely need to clean the plate off too first. Alright.
Anyways,
we can get this back on here. iFixit makes some of the best precision tools out there, and the ProTech Toolkit is one of my favorites. It comes in this very secure carrying case, so whether I'm throwing it in my pickup or if I have it up on my desk and it falls down, everything stays in place. It's got strong Velcro right here that keeps it closed. And then when you get to the inside, everything has its place. It's got pry tools, suction cups, and then tweezers and more pry tools over here. And the star of the show is the bit and driver kit. It's got bits for almost anything you might want to take apart. So whether you're taking apart some old stuff like I am today or something brand new, it's got basically everything you might need. Now, while the ProTech Toolkit is my go-to, they also have cheaper kits as well. The Essential Electronics Toolkit has some of the same features in that it has a nice plastic case that's got magnets to hold it down, and it has all of the basics that you might need for a cheaper price. In addition to toolkits, iFixit sells parts for lots of different devices. So if you're looking for a PC laptop battery or an SSD, iFixit is the place to go. Go to ifixit.com/ChronicsFix to get your tools. I'll put a link right in the description. Now with those screws in, the power supply in, let's focus on this laser assembly. I think the first thing I want to do is actually take this top piece off and grease the rails on this thing. And then also we need to clean this laser. And I think I know where the piece is that was down in the power supply. little piece, I think that's missing right there. Oh, maybe one missing right there too. But luckily, this band is still held in place just fine. So I think we're going to be okay there. But that's definitely a problem on this. And
Hopefully that works.
something that is kind of
It
difficult
comes out
because
whiter.
these laser assemblies are kind of hard to find. So
Because then when it
I
does,
think what I'll do, it
put it
looks
up
like
on a
there's a little
wall.
crack right here. I think what I'm going to do is use a little bit of super glue and try and reinforce that so that crack just stays there and doesn't expand and doesn't break off anything else. But I'll probably do that last. I can do all the other things I need to do without doing that. So let's save that for last. Let's get these two screws out, and I think that's all we need to do to get this laser apart. It's always really nerve-wracking dealing with any sort of plastic on these old systems because plastic is so brittle. Okay, we have like a clip here. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now we can see what's going on in here. It looks like these rails actually still have grease on them, so definitely not as worried about that now. Sometimes this grease gets just all dry and crusty and kind of causes more of a problem. Makes everything dirty because the dirt kind of sticks to it, but in this case, it actually looks pretty good. The laser seems to be moving very easily along there, so I don't think I'm going to re-grease this because this grease is still good. But let's take a look at this laser. I'm gonna actually get my microscope out so we can see it close up and see how dirty it is. So now we've got a really good view of what's going on in here. So this is the laser lens, and you can see all that dust on there. Now I'm not saying that removing the dust is gonna totally fix this. In fact, it probably won't, but it is something that can cause a problem, and I have seen a dusty lens be enough to make a laser not read at all. So what we need to do though is try and get all of these little fibers out of here. So I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna clean that laser. You can see there's a bunch kind of right down in here too. And same over here. Okay, I do need to get more of that out, but let's get this laser cleaned first. There we go. You can see how much cleaner that is. I just want to go through and get any of those little fibers off of this and get it away from the laser. Alright, got a little bit more to get down here. Be very careful with this too. I don't want to break the laser here. You can see these guys over here are kind of magnetic coils that control the laser, so we got to be very careful not to push anything too far or too hard. Okay, I think we're going to call it good. I could do more here, but we've gotten the majority of the fibers out of here. I think it's just time to move on. Alright, so this guy needs to slide on here first. Just like this. Okay, now we get those screws on there. And now put the laser right there. Now to test this, what I'll do is power it up, and then we can put a disc in, and then just press that button down, and it should spin. Alright, now it's all plugged into power. Let's
I forgot about that one.
in, and then we will close the lid. Okay, lid is now closed, and now we'll power it on. Green light, so it's starting up. This looks good so far. Spinning up pretty good. Let's see if it'll actually start up though. And unfortunately, it still does not start up. So let's see if we can adjust the laser and get it working that way. So we'll open the lid, and it immediately stops. The game disc does stay on here nicely, so even though this spindle is a little broken, I'm not super worried about it, at least right now. So what we need to do next is adjust the laser, and we do that right over here on the side. So right here is the potentiometer for the laser. As we lower the resistance on this potentiometer, that increases the voltage on the laser and makes the laser a little bit stronger. Now, I do have to say that if you have to do this adjustment to get your laser working, your laser is probably sort of on its way out, and you'll likely need to replace it at some point. This will sometimes get it working, usually temporarily, but sometimes longer as term. Okay, let's do a reading and see where we are right now.
Bam.
Top to the bottom right leg. We have 805 ohms. So now I'm going to come in and adjust it. Now I do have a mark. I have a black mark here and here. So I'm going to adjust this clockwise just a tiny bit, like 1/8 of a turn maybe. Maybe even less than that. Now let's see what we get. We have 742 ohms. Let's see if that's enough. If it's not, we can come back and adjust it a little bit more. Okay, back together enough to test. Lid closed. Power. Let's see what happens now. Come on. Oh. I think it's starting. Okay, there we go. So this PlayStation at least seems to be all fixed just by that little tiny laser adjustment. And of course, we did clean the laser. I don't know that that really helped much, but it definitely couldn't have hurt. So the PlayStation is all fixed up. Let's take a look at the Sega Genesis and see if we can fix that one too. So let's first just plug this thing in and see if it works. No. Oh, we have it. Oh, look at that. Okay, so you can see this path. If I wiggle the cable in the back, the AC adapter, the lights go on and off. Oh, it's on right now. And now it's off. Also, this reset button is just completely frozen. So I think what we need to do is get this thing apart, fix the reset button, and then inspect this AC adapter input, see what's going on there. This one's also pretty great. This one, as far as I can tell, only has 4 screws. I don't think I've ever taken one of these apart before. So this might be my first time inside of the Sega Genesis. Okay, those 4 screws out. Let's see if this thing will come apart now. Oh, totally will. Okay. This button is just, oh, there we go. It's just got a bunch of gunk in there. We'll clean that up in a minute. Power button is kind of dirty too. We'll need to clean up these pins, but we'll do that in a little bit. I want to make sure that we have those nice and clean, so once we get this fixed and back together, we can test a game in it. Okay, we need to remove this shield so we can get back down to this AC adapter, though. I also see some wires in here. I wonder if this one's been modded. Let's get the shield off and find out. Yeah, we got some sort of mod chip on this one. I have no idea what that's for, though. Although it says Sega 1994, so I don't know, maybe this one is done? No, that can't be done by Sega themselves. I'll have to do a Google search to see what that is. But right now, this is the problem we're having. So let's get under a microscope and inspect these solder joints. And with a quick Google search, I found that this is actually from the factory. Sega didn't install something that needed to be installed here, so this is how they fixed it. Looks a little hokey to me, but whatever. Now, I did notice one thing. I wanted to check. Okay, looks like just some flux on this leg right here. Yeah, no issues there. Alright, so this is the AC adapter and jack. Everything looks fine here. Let's flip it over, though, and inspect the bottom side. And that's pretty much exactly what I expected. You can see there's a gap all the way around this, so when you push on the jack, it moves this leg and connects with the solder, but other than that, there's not a connection here. You can see this move when I move it with my pick, a little bit anyway. So let's get that fixed first. Of course, I first need to flux it up, loaded up my iron with a lot of solder. I'm going to hold my iron on here for quite a while. We need to make sure that pan gets heated up nicely. So we have a really good connection here. Okay. Now we'll clean up our flux. There we go. That's a much better connection. Now we can get this thing back together enough to test. But first, let's clean this game slot. Now what I'm going to use is a little
What
bit
just
of
happened?
1000 grit sandpaper. This is not something that I even necessarily recommend. In this case, these pins are pretty dirty and I want to make sure they're nice and clean. And since it was sitting out at the dump, and who knows where else, I feel like this is probably fairly dirty. So I use that. Now I'm going to use some BW100 and a toothbrush. To clean them even more. Also, this power button is ridiculously dirty, so let's clean all that off too. And now I'm also going to use some BW100 to spray around this power button. And the BW100 will get down in there and just clean it off. Okay. That's probably about good. Now that all these pins are dry, what I'm going to do next is come through with a little bit of deoxit. Just put a little bit on each of the pins. This will help not only clean them, but also keep them clean and keep the game cartridge clean that when you put game cartridges in here. So
$210. Okay.
there we go.
Oh, that's
Okay,
right now.
And I think this
Hi, babe.
board is ready to go back in the case, and then we can start this thing up. And
I'm just in the middle of fixing things up. I just put these banners up on the wall.
Clean these buttons, 'cause they're
Cleaned up
pretty
the
gross,
entire
and this one
wall.
was just totally
Oh, I
stuck.
gotta
So
fix that
let's do
camera.
Let's see. Yeah, I think we can totally run this
And right
out.
now I want to reverse this one.
Perfect. I just don't want to break them. Come on. That clip is through. Now this clip we need to get through.
Pan, tilt, roll, zoom, focus.
There we go.
Resolution.
Whole button is thoroughly saturated with grossness. Look at that.
What does
See if I
that
can
mean?
get a better view of it. It's so gross, and it's probably really grossing you out that I don't have gloves on while I'm doing this. Alright,
Where
watch this.
is the
So
flip or
gross.
whatever? Transform. Flip horizontal. Nope, undo.
That was a fun game with these.
Transform. Flip vertically. There we go.
Probably soda.
So now when I look this way, I'm looking at the laptop.
At least I like to think that. Okay, I'm gonna come do with my pick and get some of this stuff off that's not coming off easily. It's a bummer this thing's black.
There we go.
It's hard to tell that I'm even doing anything at all. But if you look at the Q-tip, you can see that I'm definitely doing something. I feel like I should have given this one to Robert over at Restorage first. Alright, now the inside of here. Yeah, that's just so gross. That's a nice noise. I don't think I can do this without also taking the power button out, so let's just do that right now. There's no point in having one nice and clean and the other one not nice and clean. That one came out a lot easier. Yeah, this is pretty dirty too.
I'm gonna leave my phone.
So this will be easy to clean. Okay. Okay, definitely not perfect, but that looks so much better. So, power button, right there, reset button. That seems a lot better. All right, let's get this cover back on and see if this thing's gonna work now. That feels good. Power button feels good. I think we're good. Okay, AC adapter plugged in. Let's just push the button, see if it comes on. Oh yeah, lights stay on even if I wiggle it. Good? Okay, let's put a game in and then see if we get anything on the screen. All right, all hooked up. We got a Toy Story game in here. Let's press the power button and see what happens. Got the red light, which is good. And black screen. Yeah, there we go. So this Sega is also all fixed. So for a few minutes worth of work, I was able to fix the PlayStation and the Sega Genesis that someone threw in the city dump. It just goes to show if you have something broken, a little bit of repair skill and some time can often get these things working again. If you like this type of video, I'll put a video up on your screen now where I'm trying to fix my own personal broken NES. So come hang out with me over there and see if I was able to fix it. Don't forget to go to ifixit.com/TronixFix. Thanks so much for watching today, and I hope you have a good one.
That's good.
I bought a broken PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to see if I could fix them all. Let's take them apart. This video is sponsored by iFixit. More on them in a minute. So let's start off with the PlayStation 1 and then we'll end with the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 1 I've never actually even played before, and I've definitely never taken one apart before. So this should be an interesting one. Also, I noticed on the back here, this is actually a refurbished one. It looks like it must have been refurbished by Sony because it says for service, contact your local Sony service center. So that's actually interesting. We'll have to see what the inside looks like once we open this up. But let's get it plugged in and see what exactly might be going on with it. Okay, got it all plugged in. Let's see if it'll power on. Okay, we got a green light. That's good. Let's see if we get anything on the TV. After I actually turn the TV on. Okay, and we do get something on the TV, and we're gonna try WWF Attitude. That doesn't sound good. Oh, it's like screeching. It is actually showing up on the TV though. That can't be normal. That screeching noise. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock. I have no idea how to play this. So that screeching definitely worries me, even though it actually is playing a game. I'm surprised by that. Ah, stop it. Let me move. So this disk drive definitely keeps, it'll like freeze the game, so there's something going on with it. I think what we need to do is take a look at the disk drive and the laser and see if we can figure out what's going on, because that screeching noise I feel like can't be normal. So let's get this thing taken apart and have a look at that disk drive and the laser. So if we look at it here, wait for it, it'll do the screeching thing here in a second. So every time it does that, the disc like slows down. Maybe that laser, maybe the rails along the laser just need to be greased or something. So let's let go of that sensor and have a look at the spindle motor. It seems to turn fine, that's for sure. What about this right here? Okay, I think that's what we need to get to. We need to get down to this laser and the rails that the laser slides on so we can have a better look at that. And now it's time for the best part. Let's take this apart. I'm going to be using my trusty iFixit ProTech toolkit. This kit is one of their smaller sets, but the thing that I like about it is it's fairly small, but it has like almost everything you could need to take apart almost anything. And then we've got pry tools over here. More pry tools over here, suction cup along with an anti-static wrist strap that I never use. But this is the toolkit that I turn to the most if I'm taking apart something bigger or something that has larger fasteners. Then I usually go for the Manta driver kit. This kit has all of those same bits except for even more, and a lot of them that are actually larger, and then they have this larger driver as well, so you can get more torque to remove larger fasteners that are potentially screwed down tighter. So I always have this kit on hand as well for the larger fasteners that I might encounter. So I'll be using
Okay,
this smaller
lock 'em all
driver. I think
down.
this is going to work fine, and then it looks like we've got probably a Phillips 1 or maybe a Phillips 2 on these screws down here. A 1 is a little loose.
A PlayStation. No, you said your next one was a
2 fits in there nice and tight.
personal NES.
A viewer named Justin and his family experienced a house fire, and they lost. A viewer named Justin and his family experienced a house fire, and they lost almost everything, including almost losing the PS5. Look at this. I've had house fire PS5s in here before, but I'm not sure I've ever had one this damaged. So I told Justin to send it in, and I'd see if I could fix it. Now with these really burned plates off, you can have a look. Get a little bit of meltage going on here, but really not too bad. Let's have a look under these plates. We got the disk drive there, and over here. So yeah, really not too bad so far. Now, unfortunately, Justin told me that he and his family didn't have rental insurance when their house burned down. They were in the middle of deciding whether they were going to move somewhere else, so they didn't renew. And of course, that's when the disaster happened. So I'd really love to get this fixed for them today. Let's get this thing all torn down. We do want to take a look at the inside of the disk drive too. We've got some smoke damage over here, but we got to make sure that the inside of the disk drive looks good. So I got to get the fan out, and then we can get this mid-frame off, and then we can have a look at the motherboard and see if there's any damage on the board. That's going to be essential. If there's a bunch of damage on the board, then it's likely we won't be able to fix this one. This has definitely never been taken apart before, as the warranty sticker is still intact. We won't be needing that sticker anymore. I'm going to pull up the white part of the fan connector, not the black part. You pull up on the black part, and you can tear off the board. Then you need to learn how to solder to put it back on. Okay, now let's check the operation of the fan. I mean, it spins freely, so that's good news. And with all of those screws loosened, you can remove the mid-frame. So I'm going to put this on the floor. Here it's easy for me to step on and lose all the screws. Alright, we definitely have some melting going on here. This whole screw post is kind of bent out from the melting, but overall, doesn't look too bad so far. I do need to remove all of these totally necessary screws, and we can get the metal plate off and have a better look at the board. And with all of those screws removed, this should just come right up. Come on! Good so far. Alright, there we go. Look at the bottom side. Alright, this actually doesn't look too bad. Now, that being said, there is what looks like maybe some corrosion around here. Maybe over here.
Oh, I did it backwards.
And this, in and of itself, isn't too big of a deal.
Well, that's not bad. It just holds the plug.
It's just right on this copper bit. This is the ground plane, which really isn't a big deal. Now, if it's down on the board and components on the board are all corroded, that would be a problem. But so
That's not bad. That
far,
works.
everything's fine. Just need to get the clamp off, and then we can see the other side of the board. Man, as I'm opening this up, there's a lot of smells being released that really don't smell like great. Which, I mean, you would expect. This thing's been through a house fire. Now, I am interested to see the state of the liquid metal. A lot of these have liquid metal that is cooled to one side, or
Not as nice as the red cord, but it'll do.
APU that's oxidized.
I'd still like that red cord back.
Let's
Where the fuck
check
that went?
how that looks.
At Tronics Fix, our favorite thing is giving tech a second chance. Whether it's a console, a laptop, or an espresso machine, just because it's not brand new doesn't mean it's done. We have long been partnering with others to fight for and bring awareness to right to repair. Just look at how many bins of parts we have to keep on hand because companies don't see the value in providing ready-to-access parts for consumers. As you may have heard, Windows 10 support is ending for older PCs in October. That doesn't mean your computer is broken. It just means it won't be getting future security and software. So this move could potentially make e-waste out of between 3 300 to 400 million computers. Backmarket is the world's leading marketplace for refurbished tech. Everything is professionally tested and renewed and comes with a 12-month warranty. Their whole mission, like ours, is to keep tech alive longer. Take a look at this laptop. Backmarket installed Chrome OS on it, renewing it into what they call the obsolete computer. Proof that with a little love, obsolete doesn't have to mean unusable. Want one? Backmarket is giving away obsolete computers like this as their way of bringing awareness to the issue of planned obsolescence. Link in the description to enter, or you can use their guide to refresh your own laptop. Electronics Fix, we've seen firsthand how much life is left in so-called
I could put the Switch games on there.
Backmarket's making sure more people see it.
Check how that looks. Oh man, we got a big old dry spot right here. Close to half the size of the CPU. Crazy. That definitely would cause overheating issues. And then same thing over here, a matching dry spot, as you would expect on the heatsink side. So we definitely need to fix that. But what we're here for is the HDMI port. That definitely has a problem, so we'll get that replaced. The rest of the board up here, that's a lot of soot and blackness on here from the fire.
No, I don't want the mini player. I want the.
Rubbing off okay, so I'll actually clean that up and see if we can get that looking better. Other than that, I think this board is gonna be okay. I hope. So let's get this board cleaned up a bit, and then we'll get that HDMI replaced, and then we'll take care of this liquid metal problem. Oh, also, Justin did send Joy-Cons from his Switch 2 that also got melted, so we'll take a look at those here in a minute. I'd love to hear from you if you've ever experienced a house fire. Back when I was a pretty young kid, my family also experienced a house fire, and I can say being that young and seeing your house
It's not
with a
that
bunch of smoke coming out of it is terrifying. When I saw this email come through about a house fire, it immediately caught my attention because
It never looks like it's the first one.
I really hope I can get this fixed just to bring a little bit of joy on top of this trash. Side so hot that it'll actually melt the solder on the front.
Wait.
My port is all fixed. Let's take a look at that liquid metal. So the first thing I'm going to do is come in with a cotton swab. This dry spot isn't actually that bad. I'm just going to come in and rub it off with this. It's actually looking pretty good already. And I'm going to use a woven one.